Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for April the 13th, Thursday, April the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That will help. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Paradox, etc. All right. Well, I wish I could say that I was super smart and I held GFAI overnight. Well, actually, I would have been thankful that I hadn't when I woke up this morning to see what it was. So anyway, as a recap, guys, yesterday I was talking about this one right about here. If it took out that high right there, that was at the 115 high. And if it took out that high right there, that 28 to 33, now that didn't happen until 245. And then look what it did. It exploded from there, got all the way up to 36. I mean, I wish I could say I got in right there and I got out right there. Of course not. I actually traded it several times in this area. No way I was going to hold this overnight. Woke up this morning, saw it down at 27, said, oh, thank goodness. Now, of course, it has popped up $10. But very interesting because, as far as I know, there's really no news on this one. I know it's an AI play, obviously. And AI itself is still suffering from that Carousel report. But GFAI has basically taken over. Now, there is another one that showing up today, another AI, has AI in the name, CXAI. And I don't know if there's any, probably no, I don't see any press release or any news on this one, but just having AI on the name obviously is going to create some interest. So the next high looking left for this one is 370. Still kind of hanging in there. It hasn't dropped too much from the pre-market. Had a big post-market move, probably with the GFAI, and that's held. That move is held. Very low float, 1.87 million in the float. Well, and also, the BFRG sort of confounds me a bit because, I mean, it did seem to have, again, legitimate news with this deal with Johns Hopkins. These other ones, most of the other ones have really no news at all. They're just sort of moving because of the craze right now. But BFRG did have some news, and again, I have no idea how much money they can make, when it would start, if it's going to start. But you put something with John Hopkins in the press release saying that they're going to use you as some kind of an AI resource. Well, and that's why it popped. But just got all what did it get up to 954? This is BFRG, and this is what 5 6 days ago. Just couldn't hold its gains at all, though. Whereas you take a look at a GFAI, which to my knowledge, has really no news on it other than, okay, it's an AI play. When I saw this one also, I thought maybe this was an AI play, AUUD, something to do with AI in their press release. Data processing could be, but I do not see the reason for this pop. I do not see it. Another, it's a low float, 9 million. I don't see the reason. The scouring headlines. Obviously, there's something. I mean, they had some news on the 6th. But that's a week ago, so I don't see any recent news for AUUD. Yeah, I actually put SABs in. I texted or posted it just a while back when it did this, but look at this, it came right back down. I mean, it's still up 96%, but at this point it was up a lot more, $1.12. But it's come right back down through that whole number, through one. Now, I wish this one had a little bit more room, but we have a couple of earnings plays that aren't doing well. SPW SPWH. So there's a big gap down for this one. And release earnings after hours. There's that move area on my 15-minute chart. You can see the reaction, and it is continuing down. The problem is that I think I look left, and I think there might be maybe some support around 620. It's not a clear shot down. If this were at an all-time low, I'd be all over this one, SPWH. And then there was another one. I think INFY, excuse me, INFY. So things to do in Hawaii, you have to go to the homepage, okay? I think you asked this question again. You have to go to our homepage. But here it is again. But again, I have to do the same thing. I'm asked how to get into the main room. You just have to go to our Trade Ideas homepage and click on Trading Room and go through. I have 6 clicks every morning. Takes me 10 seconds, and I'm in. I mean, would it be nice to be one click? Sure, but only 10 seconds is the end of the world. The other one was Infy, guys. INFY, INFY. That's another earnings play. And this looks like, let's see if I have to back this weekly out just a little bit more. Let's see where the next lows are. Looks like 1578 is the next low. And when was that? That was in December of 2020. So, yeah, things to do in Hawaii. Yeah, it's on our homepage, and you'll see the trading room right at the top. And yeah, again, it's a little bit cumbersome, but it's a free room, and that's why there's a reason why we had to do it that way. Got that right symbol here, Infi. Yeah, this says CYTO. I mean, yes, what's happening to it? Well, I had the pop, did have some more news this morning. This is the one I was waiting on all day yesterday to see, right around here, to see if it would take out that high. It didn't happen. In fact, it dropped, and then it dropped this morning. And then uh, sorry, I just can't say. Here we go. Blast up and yeah, IB is driving me crazy on their headlines because I saw the headline. They did have a press release this morning, and that's what caused this to pop. But again, it's just dropping now. It's just giving up all the gains. See if it's in our news. Yeah, that's yesterday's news up on phase two data, but they did have something this morning also. At any rate, I mean it's very difficult to trade. Excuse me. I mean, if it ever can maintain over 260, I mean, then you look left on that daily chart, and there's just a ton of room. Sorry, William. It's you know what? Complain to the blasted exchanges. We hate having to do this, but it's every year. It's an audit that we get put through, and if we don't do it, we'll get fined as a company. So it's a real pain for us to have to do this. People don't understand, and they get their servers turned off because they've disregarded the email or didn't see it, and then they come screaming at us, "Why is my service off? I've paid for it." And that's because you haven't signed the exchange agreements. Anyway, what else is happening here? OCEA. Now, I could not figure this out. This seemed to be a real cover your you know what press release for OCEA, and it popped up. Was announced as notice, at least. Yeah, well, I didn't see this, but I saw announces notice too, and they go all about all the things that could go wrong. Okay, that's what I first saw for OCEA. Nah, there'll be no shorts. GFAI. I think the trick with with this GFAI is to try to find some area where it bases just a little bit, and then pops off that base. It's just that it's so difficult because it's so volatile, it's very whippy. So some of the gold stocks are. I can see dust is moving down. This is the two-time bear gold miners ETF. Some of these gold stocks. GFI was looking at this one earlier. What a run it's had. 1032 to 15 in what, 2.5, 3 weeks. So 50%. And of course, gold itself, GLD, the gold ETF, looks similar. I saw AU gold. It's very similar to GFI. This gold ore and silver ore mining. I think this is mainly silver, though. No, I'm completely wrong. It is a gold company. There you go. I thought it was a silver company. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I actually bought a gold stock. I don't like doing it because it's just so typically, maybe a gold stock that has great earnings or something, or hits the mother lode perhaps, but it's so tied into the sector, so they don't really trade that much on their own unless they've got absolutely incredible news. Okay, now I will check briefing.com again. Ah, there it is. Okay. Yesterday they did not get it to me at all. The upgrades and downgrades. Okay, so I've got the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Give me one moment. All right, let's see if there's anything interesting. All right, there's nothing. I see DraftKings as a downgrade. I'm sorry, an upgrade, 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 upgrade. Now, something interesting with Netflix this morning. I'll get to that. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I had to read it a couple of times to make sure it wasn't a misprint. All right, let me get these in the room now. The upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. We'll take a look at Netflix. So, Netflix, look at this. Okay, so Goldman Sachs is maintaining Netflix coverage with sell and a target at 230. This stock is at 339. I had to keep reading this over and over to make sure that, well, I thought maybe then the target, because it says sell, I thought maybe, I didn't see that at the beginning when all I saw was the target 230. And I thought I must be a misprint, must be a target of 330. Okay. And then I, read it again and this is just a completely and utterly botched headline, and it should say buy at a target of 330. But look, anyway, this is what Goldman is saying: a sell and a target of 230, as opposed to Wells Fargo, WFC, overweight and a target of 400. So it's very strange. I mean, I find that extremely strange. Well, Wells Fargo's winning today. And by the way, welcome to the room, Six Figure. You're new today. Yeah, I mean, but that's just very, very bizarre to see such a discrepancy. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. So we're in for a positive open. So I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar and then go down to more, show more, and sector status. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is energy, XLE energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. And when you see 72% in green, that means 72% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, so, and because the SPY is gapping up just a little bit, you would expect that every sector is positive, and that is the case. I don't usually look at utilities, these sort of the defensive type stocks, dividends, etc. But look at all the other ones. There's really healthcare, 70%. I mean, slightly weaker compared to these some of them. But as always, let's take a look. What happened yesterday now? So the Dow was down a little, NAS was down. Let's take a look at the sectors compared to their 200-day moving average. So there's XLE, energy, no problem there. XLP, consumer staples, still surging, well, a little red bar yesterday, but well above the 200-day. That blue line is the 200-day moving average. Retail, that was just sort of resting on it. Yeah, so you can see what happened. At the beginning of the day, it popped above it, but now it is below the 200-day. So that is one below the 200-day. The major sectors. Healthcare, XLV, we're starting to move away, but my guess is, yeah, it's still moving away. XLI, SPWH making new low times in the pre-market. SPWH, yeah, industrial still above, and of course financials still below, still below. XLY, consumer discretionary. Another one that tried to get above but closed below is consumer discretionary. Materials, XLB, be above. Now, because the tech stocks were probably overall was the worst performing sector yesterday, let's take a look at, yeah, I mean, there's a red bar daily for XLC, but still well above the 200-day. And tech in general, XLK, well above. Starting to, Here's a top up here. I mean, it's still well above the 200-day moving average, but you know what? We're starting to drift down a little bit. So we have three major sectors: XRT. Yeah, I'm sorry. We have retail, XRT, financials, XLF, and consumer discretionary, XLY, as the three major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Just take a look at semis. The semis should be still way above. Yeah, but again, looking a little bit like tech. I mean, this is tech, but you can kind of see that things are starting to drift down. But it isn't. It is not an all-time low unless it took it out. SPWH. It's not an all-time low, William. Well, at least we have it at 18%. I mean, it's an earnings play. I love it, but well, actually, 620 was the next low looking left. Let me bring up a monthly chart because, it may not be technically an all-time low. So there is, when did this happen? Yeah, so that's June of 2020. There's a low there. I'm sorry, it's below that. So April, so 3 years ago, basically 3 years ago, it's getting to those lows of 3 years ago. The low was 545 in that month 3 years ago. So, it might still have some room. I just wish it was an all-time low. Sarepta, SRPT. Yeah, so you're talking about this level down here. Yeah, that low right here. Might Wow, it got down to 110 in the pre-market. Don't know how much volume. Actually, pretty good volume too. So following a report suggesting some FDA staff had opposition towards Sarepta gene therapy before a top official intervened. Okay, so it's definitely news driven right now. Wow, SPWH is just collapsing now. Again, I'm not in it. Definitely. I mean, that's probably going to show up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously, the volume up here, SPWH. I mean, the volume is going to be no problem. Actually, it's funny. 500,000 is my minimum. It's fairly light volume for a stock to be down 27%. Would have thought it'd be in the millions by now, but this will more than likely show up in my 10-day daily breakdown because obviously it's going to be over 500,000 shares traded today. That is the minimum. The filters have to be met. I'm sure the relative volume filter that's going to be no issue. Though, interesting, this is ahead of earnings. This is the volume. Look at the volume yesterday for SPWH. It's like somebody knew, that these earnings were not going to be good because this was that's the red candle yesterday. But it's not just the red candle, it's the volume. Look at that daily volume bar compared to all the rest of all the previous weeks. Interesting. Some of it is like somebody new, loading up on shorts here. Speaking of airlines, John mentioned airlines. Yeah, Delta had earnings today, and I don't, I just don't find that the airlines hold their gains or their losses. I don't usually trade them that much, but anyway, Delta did have earnings, and the initial reaction very positive, and they missed Q1 earnings revenue, but I think they're guiding. They're saying we're going to have a great summer, something like that. I didn't actually read this. I read something more about Delta and how they're yeah, looking for a great summer, lots of bookings, and some of the bookings are on the more expensive seats. So anyway, that was for Delta. Bitcoin, Mara. Let's take a look at Mara. Yeah, of course, I run the risk of not getting. If I do want to short this, this is down, of course, way more than 10%. A lot of times, that's what I will do. I will short something in the pre-market when it's down way more than 10% to ensure if it's an all-time low, because I don't want to get nailed by that uptick rule. And it's not uptick rule is not in effect in the pre-market, so you can always get shorts, assuming your broker has shorts. But I didn't do it because it wasn't not an all-time low, so I just sort of backed off. Give me one moment, please. I did not mention this CNSL, guys. If you're wondering why, this is a potential buyout at 4. That doesn't mean, well, it's sitting at 367. So I guess I just take everything I own in the world and buy this because it's going to 4. Of course not. But this is the $4 share buyout offer. May never happen. British Columbia Investment Management. What is my province doing? This is a US based company. That's interesting. So they actually own, so they have a stake in this already. Anyway, doesn't mean it's going to 4. Yes, yes, amen. Yeah, that's exactly it. Potential $4 takeover offer for CNSL. All right, guys, there's about 30 seconds to the market. William, my secretary, did not let me know. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I mean, probably all eyes on GFAI for a while to see if we can figure out a way to trade it. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. Better late than never, right, William? Okay, guys, market's open now. So this is a gold bear, obviously. GD, the inverse. So this is the other earnings play, guys. Infi, INFY, the other earnings play that is definitely being beaten up. Who are they out of? This is India. Okay. All right. Now, GFAI did show up in my 10-day daily breakout right at the open. But I mean, wow. I mean, there it is. If you have, I'm just too conservative to try to take something right at the open, especially something like this. There's the alert, 34.85. Now, I don't know, looking at the spread, I mean, the spread is, it's all over the place. All right. Watching that CXAI, it's holding, it's holding. And I don't think, again, did somebody put some news about this? I can't remember if somebody actually, if CASA or somebody put some news about this. I couldn't find any in my headlines, but at least it's holding. And the next high looking left is 370. And of course, it's a low float, 1.8 million in the float, 13.8. Look at the relative volume, 4,700%. OCEA on the move here, 7.7 million in the float. So now rising 10% in an upcoming US patent linked to malaria therapy. Malaria therapy. I forgot to mention V-Ray, guys. This is not an earnings play. It's well, they've released preliminary results, and they don't have earnings until the 4th, May the 4th, but they announced preliminary numbers, and this is just getting beaten up. VRAY, V-Ray. I did not see any news on CXAY, other than the fact that it has AI as a in its symbol name. That's the only news. Oh my gosh! Look at WW, guys. We were choppy in the pre-market, but WW. So this is one Goldman a couple of days ago. I traded this one. I did not hold it, but WW. Goldman put a $13 price target on it. WW. What's the high over here? I think 707. What did it get to? 714. Well, let's do this. An alert at the high of the day. See if it takes it out a little bit later. There looks like there's a lot of resistance right around. If you look at the weekly chart, it looks like there's a lot of resistance right around that area. Let's see if that Goldman upgrade price target of 13 just propels it through all this. Kind of chopped around a little bit the first 2 days. The CXII, again, I think the only reason it's up is because it has AI in the name. This is a gold or silver play, CDE, Coeur d'Alene, or it used to be Coeur d'Alene, Cooler Mining. Yeah, look at these gold, silver and gold. Canada, United States, and Mexico. They got all over the place. Now, the 10-day daily breakout, WW, appeared also, but again, too early for me. I cannot do it. You know, I like to wait at least 15 minutes before I get into something. And why? Because this happens so much. Something pops and then it pulls back. You can get whipped out of trades in the first, especially if you trade right at the open. If you have a proper stop, and believe me, I used to. When I used to trade. I used to want to, I got to catch this thing as it's moving because it's going to keep moving. And then wait a minute, it didn't keep moving. So right now the market is starting to give up the gains. Opening, actually, it started half an hour before the market opened. There's that 9 o'clock candle, 9:15. Here's your 9:30 SPY candle. This is another. Isn't this Fortuna FSM? My memory is good. Yeah, Fortuna Silver Mines. So the precious metals. And we have a halt. MDGS just got halted on the way down. Okay. Interesting. So what's the volume like? Pretty good. Well, not bad. They actually had news in the pre-market and that popped it up here, but it came right back down. And again, it's an AI play. MDGS acquires 19.9% of innovative AI and natural language, etc. based software company. But the market said, you know what? Okay, we'll reward you briefly, and now we're going to slam you. Look at GFAI guys. I mean, it's it's a tough one. I mean, it got all the way down to a 32 from 36, 37. Keep an eye on Crus, guys. CRUS. The only reason I see it is I still have a thumbnail from yesterday. This is the company that got beaten up because of some Apple news and Apple changing, I don't know, their design on their latest version, 15, I guess. Some kind of a button that may not be there. That again, I don't know 100%, but something to do with Crus and their design. I guess they were tied to Apple, and now Apple may not need them. So what I do is I would put a price alert around 91.90, the high of yesterday for CRUS, because if this recovers, benchmark maintains Cirrus Logic with a buy and a target of 110. Okay, so trying to see if anybody else. So some analysts are coming in to try to defend it, but I mean, you can just see if it can take out the high of yesterday. I mean, look at the gap, and we're not saying it's going to get back up to 100, but Might give a little bit of a trade. Another, I think a gold play, Hecla, silver and gold, Hecla. So these, look, I mean, look at, yeah, I mean, I mean, I could say I missed the boat on all these gold plays. I just don't trade them. But boy, what a move. Basically from about down here. Most of these stocks probably started their journey on the way up about a month ago, March 14th. Can you hear my little cat in the background? I think you guys can hear that. You can pick up Chloe's barking. I don't know if you can pick up my cat. Okay, there's CXAI, guys. So again, 370 is the next high looking left. And look at the volume that came in. And again, I don't think there's any specific news other than AI and it as a symbol name. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, CXAI, not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. No, CLSK has had these couple of, well, few great days actually. This is the fourth great day. Look at that BFRG. I mean, that's the one that I mentioned this in the pre-market that kind of confounds me. If any of these AI plays should be moving, this is the one I would think would be moving because it did have a press release about Johns Hopkins, but I guess it just doesn't matter. Mm. And the float is now we've the float is not 841, it's 3.3 million, but still very, very low. Well, let's take a look at some of the early results. Again, if you're a little more aggressive than I am, there's your GFAI right at the market open, 34.85, and it got up to 36.88. The WW, I think it's stalled, 708. However, later on, I've got a price alert set up here. Maybe later on it takes that out. And there's a CXAI, huge move, 313, 333 now on a percentage basis, huge move. All right, Katie, just give me a moment, please. But guys, these are now I call them trades. Okay, these are you got to man. If you're in any one of these, you've got to manage your trades here. You can't expect these things just to keep running and running and running. With these floats, once the enthusiasm dries up, they can just sink so quickly. So again, I want to say it every single day. If you get into one of these with the low float situations, you can never wander away from your computer. Never, not even for 5 seconds. Okay, because that's all it takes sometimes. Yeah, you can have a stop. You could put a stop in a hard stop. Problem can be though, these things can go down so quickly that let's just say you had 1,000 shares of this, and let's say your stop, just for argument's sake, was say 313. It gets to 313, you think, okay, but if it just powers right through that 313, you may not get out all your 1,000 shares. So All right, this one from yesterday, guys, is XP. Um, I mean, it's got a ways to go to get that up to that high right there on that daily chart, which is 14. It's got a ways to go, but it's challenging the next highs looking left. If it takes out today's high, I mean, it could have a shot to get close to that 14 level. That's the XP. It's a big float, but it's had a nice 3 days, nice 3 day run. Yeah, but TJ, you put a market order in and something like that, sure, you'll get taken out, but it may not be at your stop, you know? I mean, sure, you can put a market order in and yeah, but what if you wanted to stop at 313, but yeah, you put a market order and you could get taken out at 280. You're right, you can get taken out, but may not be where you want. Just talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, GME, why are you making me look at GME Paradox? Okay. Well, I still have an alert set down here underneath 22. I am very interested in a long-term short of this one if it really breaks down through 22. And I don't often swing trade number one and swinging a short. But and I'm just teasing you, Paradox. Okay, I just want these all to go away. There are shorts available now for me at AMC. Some days they're just not available. Oh no, I would not short GME now. Not no 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 no. I'm just talking about I want to see a real clear break of 22. Another gold play maybe? No no. I'm sorry. RGLS. This is a gold play. Look at the gold. Gold is wow. Harmony HMY. All right. Well, we are 15 minutes in, so let's take a look at the SPY again. Choppiness. Look at that big bottoming tail. That opening 15-minute candle looked like a big sell-off was happening, and then the buyer stepped in, closed it here. Now we've got a green candle forming. So we've got, as usual, choppiness. BBAI guy is another AI play, if you will. Big Bear AI. Okay, the next high looking left is 337. Yeah, so when I say there are no shorts available, okay, and I always say at Interactive Brokers, okay, because that's my broker. Every brokerage will be different. So the fact that when I say there are no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers just means I can't short it. But I'm not talking specifically to you, Steve, but you may have an account at E-Trade or Thinkorswim, a Center Point. If you have a Center Point account, they usually have shorts available, Cobra. So that's why I say it like that, though. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, I can very quickly see. This is Interactive Brokers. This little box is from Interactive Brokers. You can't see the symbol here, but this is BBAI, and it says this contract will be available if the shares can be located. If I get that, if I see that, then I don't even attempt. I'm not going to try to do a locate. And typically, it's the low floaters that might be difficult for a lot of brokerages to find shorts. But here's CHGG popped up. So there are 3 million shares available. That's at Interactive Brokers. So when I see that, my thinking is that, okay, it's probably widespread among all brokers. If you got 3 million here, I'm sure most brokers will have some. And why it's important, of course, if you want to short, if you want to, if shorts are available and you're thinking, maybe this is topped out. And again, I'm not suggesting to do that. Wow, this is kind of, do this trade. If many brokerages have shorts available and, we all have the same idea, well, that puts downward pressure. If we all start shorting this, and the other thing is that there could be shorts available at a certain time. Not this one with 3 million. I mean, they're not all going to get snapped up, but say I looked and something had, I don't know, 20,000 or 30,000 shorts available. If they could get all snapped up. And so the next time I look, there may not be any shorts available, as an example, at Interactive Brokers. We haven't had this question asked for a while, but because people say, why can't we have a filter based on shorts being available? Well, hopefully it explains, because not every broker, how could we do that? Because, I not every broker is the same. So we could never say, well, there are no shorts available. We'll put a filter in saying no shorts available. How could we do that? And as I said, even during the day, that could change. CRISPR. This is gene editing or a company, right? CRISPR, CRSP. Price target announced at $72 by Cantor. This is Gerald. Now let's take a look at Edit. CRISPR and Edit used to almost trade the same. Not the same price, but when one moved, the other would move too. Let's take a look at Edit. Yeah, look at Edit. Not the same amount of volume, but look at the red. And the other one was, I think, was NTLA, Intelia or something like that. Intelia, yeah, kind of, but CRISPR definitely is the one right now. CRSP. Okay, now I'm waiting for my 10-day daily breakout. We're past that 9:45, and so I'm going to wait for my 10-day daily breakout to see if anything is interesting. Now, again, a word, just because I get an alert on either one of these doesn't mean I pile into the trade. The first thing I'll do is I'll take a look to see what sort of room it has. Room meaning when I look left, if I want to go long, where is the next high in the daily chart? Where it could stall. Look, WW is a great example, I think. Now look at this. I mean, there is the next high, 707. It's right there now. So this is getting interesting. I had to pull back to what? 685. What's the now it's through the VWAP now. 693 is the VWAP. So if it takes this out, this could get rolling again. Now the only issue is, what's the next high? 742 is the next high, for WW. But this is all about the Goldman upgrade, and a price target of 13. That's all it's about. There it is. And the volume is good. Six times normal, 6.6 times normal. But it's still struggling just to get like clearing it in a big way. Well, speaking of AI, what is it doing today? AI. I mean, look, it's so I find this one maybe one of the hardest intraday traders out there. Look what it did in the pre-market. I'm assuming that was that 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Yeah, I think that might have been right. I don't know if this is one of those fake, fake topping tails, but if it wasn't, it got up to 23.44 and then right down to 21.72. So all over the place still. And SOUN, okay, I'll take a look at SOUN. That is another AI play. Yeah, gotta, it's just really to get really going, it's got to clear three and Bitcoin, BITF, a Bitcoin play, BITF. How's BITO doing? I noticed it had just a little sell off yesterday, BITO, just a little one. Yeah. Meanwhile, okay, guys, WW on the way now. Let's see if it can hold over that 707 any length of time. Did it continue down today? That was this fabulous one yesterday, OPI. Yeah, it kind of continued down, not much, but fabulous one on the short side for OPI yesterday. Okay, so the AI plays now are getting hit. They're really getting hit. Look at that stupid bullfrog. Look at this one and GFAI. So they may have run their course for the day for a while anyway. Come on, 15. Look at gold play guys. Boy, all these gold plays. Goro. So even well, they put a $7 price target on it. So UBS with a $7, so it's out over seven. Um, what was it yesterday? Was it Baird? Somebody put a $9 yesterday for WW. And then of course the big one, Goldman with a $13 price target. Again, it doesn't mean it's getting there. Look at this market, guys. So schizo. I mean, really, really. I mean, the bottom tail, buyers close it higher. That's the first 15-minute candle. Buyers look in control for a while, but bottoming tail here, real choppiness. Well, this one's still got some room. OCEA. Wow, the next high is at 671. So not quite a dollar away. Meanwhile, CHGG. So this is an School, in the school sector, wow, 1806. I mean, I didn't think 1806, 1813. Look out, guys. This takes out 1813. Look at the room it's got. 2158 is the next high looking left for CHGG. So definitely keep an eye on this one and what's that high right there is 1813. So maybe stick an alert, 1816 or so, see if it takes it out. Again, when I put a price alert, doesn't mean if it hits, I just take the trade immediately. I just want to know about it and see, I don't want to chase this. WW is well, it's not looking too bad. So this one is this shortable for me. So this is shortable for me, the CLSK. Why am I maybe interested is because look at the high looking left, 368, and then up here, 383. So wow, meanwhile, OCEA just exploding here. Oh, why are you so extended? CHG, this is just any news on this one. Has earnings on the first, May 1st. I don't see any specific news for it. I'm just looking. I don't see any specific news for it. Wow, what a move. OCEA. Now, is this shortable? Not shortable for me. Still has room, $7. I mean, it still has some room. Well, next high is 671. So right now, guys, this is the promising one from the 10-day daily breakout. These two AI plays, um, you know, I mean, you could have made money, but you would have had to been pretty quick. This one seems a little more steady, a little more steady. Delta's tanking on earnings. Okay, let's take a look at DAL. Ugh, you're right. Wow, very upbeat this morning. 35.32. So it's dropped $3 from those highs. I mean, American AAL was not an earnings play, but there, I guess the guidance, but look at it. Look at American now. Wow. Question in the room, in the YouTube room. Ah, well, I mean, off the top of my head, if you put a minimum price of 90 cents, the only way I can think of doing it, so to ensure that a stock was not lower than 90 cents, Now, does it mean it's going to have, but that means, I mean, it's not, if you put a minimum of 90 cents, you might want to put a max also. If you're just looking for the really cheap ones, like a min 90 and a max of, I don't know, $1.15, $1.20. Oh, man, this OCEA just astonishing. I read the news. I didn't see the first news I read was nothing to do with malaria. It was basically some kind of a cover your what document saying, this could happen or that could happen and a bunch of things that could happen that could wreck our company. But then this patent news about malaria. So, Bullish Bob, did that make sense? I mean, the obvious way to make sure you're not seeing anything under 90 cents is to put your minimum price at 90 and maybe a max if you're looking for stocks that are, moving. But I don't know. I can't think off the top of my head that there's a way to say, okay, the minimum is 90, now has it moved over a dollar? Well, yeah, I mean, this is not ideal, Bullish Bob, but I mean, if you look in the pre-market and you see stocks that are, I mean, if you created something in the pre-market, okay, with a top list, say a min of 90 cents and a max of say 99. And then, you may not get very many stocks like that, right? Probably won't get very many stocks like that. You load the chart and then put a price alert at one. Again, set a minimum low. Again, well, again, if you don't want to see any stocks underneath a certain price, obviously in your price alerts filter, you just put that minimum. Well, as far as NG goes, I mean, it's up to you. Okay, I can't tell you how to trade. This is a gold play, and obviously with gold doing pretty well. Now, recognize the fact that it had earnings a few days ago, and the reaction was not good. So remember, these were the gold. A lot of the gold plays were doing this, and kept going, whereas NG had earnings and it did this. Now it's trying to recover. So I mean, will it take out that high 661? That's something I'd be looking at. Wow, guys, Edit actually did move huge in a big way. Remember, we were looking at CRISPR, CRSP, and looked at Edit, but now it is really running here. Probably, I would call it probably better than CRISPR because of the percentage move. I mean, this is 11%, and the other one was 10%. The only way you can do that, Bullish Bob, is to put in your price alerts, is put 90 cents as a minimum. I can't see how, if you don't want to see anything less than 90 cents, you're going to have to put in our price alerts, start off with that at 90 cents minimum. And again, if you're bound and determined just to see stocks that are at least 90 cents that eventually pop through a dollar, but you want to see that dollar, again, create a top list and put a min of 90 and maybe a max of, 99 cents. Okay, so you'll see those stocks that are there right now. Probably won't be too many. Okay, probably will not be too many. And just load them and then put a price alert right on the chart at $1. It's the only way I can think of doing it. There might be another way, but I don't know of a way. So in the pre-market, create a top list with stocks between 90 cents and 99 cents with sufficient volume. I mean, you don't want something that's trading one share. I can't tell you what that volume is going to be. So you'll get a list of stocks, between 90 and 99 cents. Again, there shouldn't be, probably not that many. And then you'll click on them. You'll see them in the top list. And when you click on it, just put a price alert at $1. I mean, it's a little tedious. Oh, I see. So if it started at 50 cents and now it's at 90 cents, uh, yeah, I don't know. Bullish Bob, I really don't know. I've never been asked that question before. Now look at the schizo market. Now look at this green bar right there. Hello, Kishore. The other thing you could do, Bullish Bob, is restrict the gap. Okay. So something that went from 50 cents to 90 cents is going to have a big gap. So again, if you put the minimum at 90 cents, okay, I mean, will you get one at 88? You might, but if you restrict the gap to say, some really, really low number, maximum gap of 1%. Again, I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. So you may and put the minimum, so you put the minimum price at 90 cents, you restrict the gap to say 1% or half a percent or some really low number. So that means it's not coming from way underneath 90. It can't. Does that make sense? Every dog has its day. So look at Tupperware. Okay, well, I mean, it's above that high. This is basically, they said they're going through Chapter 11, I think, or bankruptcy, potential bankruptcy, or they're not a going concern. I can't remember exactly, but I mean, that caused that big drop 3 days ago for Tupperware, TUP. All right, WW guys, it is, I mean, it hasn't been smooth, but this is my number one focus. These other two, way erratic. WW on the move. Nothing on the 10-day daily breakdown yet. And you might say, well, there shouldn't be because the market's up. That doesn't matter. Yeah, but Bullish Bob, the more I think about it, the more I think that should probably work. You may not get very many alerts or many symbols, but Boy, it's all about gold today. Gold and I guess to a lesser extent, let's take a look at some of the pure silver plays like PAAS. Yeah, gold looks like stronger. Look at this market, crazy. Look at WW. Now WW is coming right into that next area of potential resistance. There's the high right there of 742. If it can somehow take that out, the next high looking left is 718, so that's fine. The next high after that is 788. So 742 critical to get through, and then maybe it can take a run at that 788. Yeah, there was an offering. I saw that the pre-market Browley for a GCTK. All eyes on that 742 level for WW if you're in this one. Okay, guys. Let's see. Look at CRISPR. So there actually was a little press release for Edit also, not the same as the CRISPR, but adding an appointment of somebody, and that's causing the stop. But I have a feeling it's mainly because of CRISPR. I may be wrong. What do you think, guys? And you can answer in the general market talk. What do you think? Should we add an open AI channel? We've got in our channel bar, try to amass all these stocks that are something to do with AI and keep adding. You think that would be something you guys would like? I don't think it's going away anytime soon. Exactly. It's not going away like MJ. Okay, Jamie. Yeah, I think this is a very informal poll. Is PKST an IPO? PKST. Let's take a look. Yeah, it must be. Ah, look at this. Benzinga. Benzinga or somebody, I don't know if it's somebody at Benzinga or just some fund manager is saying that Goldman Sachs' thesis on Weight Watchers is absurd. The war is on. Gary Black, the managing partner of the Future Fund. So Goldman Sachs's thesis implied Weight Watchers members will pay Sequence $90 a month to get access to drugs such as Wegovy and Mount Jarrow, whatever they are, when the average member today pays a monthly 23. Okay, so the war is on. I do have a link for it, D88. So let me, now it may be in a doc, so you have to deal with that. Yeah, maybe not. What is this? I want to see what this is. Yeah, okay. So this is a doc, okay? Just it's the two of them. So I can share that with you. I'm actually not running it right now, so anyway, wow, that I've got to take a look at that PKST. So look at CRISPR, guys. Again, CRISPR is, I think it's just pulling at it up. And take a look at the NTLA. NTLA, is it follow? Yeah, so they're all three of them used to trade basically the same. I don't think NTLA has any. No, okay, so Canaccord initiated. Sure, why not? And a $66 price target. And that's so they're all moving with some form of news, okay? And that's CRISPR, CRSP, EDIT, EDIT, and NTLA. They're all the gene therapy stocks. Why do you keep getting kicked out of trade ideas? I don't know. I'm not kicking you out. What's happening, John? So are you talking about getting kicked? Okay, I'm sorry. You're not talking about the room. You're talking about trade ideas is like what's happening? So you're talking about trade ideas, the program. You're not talking about in the trading room. I of course cannot help you. I have no idea why that would be happening. I mean, as John 3:16 said, is it possible it's a faulty internet connection itself? We're getting no. I see all the emails that come in. Okay, so look at Chug guys, CHGG. So this is interesting. Look at the room it's got. Looking left, CHGG. So we're not inundated with people saying we're getting kicked out of the program itself. So it might be just, your system. The only thing I can do is give you our homepage link, and you can ask the question. Maybe they can check your account to see if there's something weird going on. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll give you the link. Okay, so there's the home, John. So underneath, I just put the homepage link in. So when you click on the homepage, you'll get a little Q and a little balloon will pop up here. Q&A. It will. There we go. Questions and answers. And then ask the question, give them your email address so they can, and the people there right now. So ask the question, and maybe there's something going on with your account. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if that Benzinga article really does affect WW. Again, we just have to wait to see if it can really take out 742. Okay. Okay. Fate is in the Fate is an AI trade or alert 588. If you took this one, I'd be very aware of all this looking left, that 625 area. Again, the AI used as a watch list. Best way to use it, in my opinion. No auto trading, no auto trading. And a good morning. Well, I should say buenos dias, Carlos. Let me know what happened, John. Okay, if that if there was something going on with your account. The only other thing I can think of is the exchange agreements that once a year, you guys have to say, yes, I'm not a professional. And if you miss that, I don't know what happens but to me, that means you should not be able to get into your account at all. You should not be allowed and then get booted out. But I don't know how that works. So I resurrected the options play. Yesterday, somebody asked me about my options play scan that I haven't had up and running for a long time. I resurrected it. So I've got this thing going now. We'll see what happens. Now, what I like to do is there's edit. You can see edit right here. And what I'm going to do though is create the don't repeat version of this. Watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to duplicate it. Okay, duplicate it. And then I think I can do it down here. Don't repeat for a day. Okay. So then that'll allow now. I mean, I'll run this tomorrow, of course. In fact, what I better do is another name, DR for don't repeat. So when I run this tomorrow, I will see the alerts the first time only. This will be repeating. So let's take a look at blue. So this is interesting. Option volume is only 1,000. I thought I had a minimum of 2,000. Well, only 500 in this one, 500 contracts. Okay. Okay, edit coming into maybe a big resistance area. They're at 750 area, right around here on the daily chart. Thank you for that, Shady. Is that going to be will that work in the pre-market with that low P and the high P? So if you are considered a professional trader, we have to notify the exchanges, and then Nasdaq, for instance, will charge you. New York will charge you. The exchanges will charge you directly. Now, if you lie, not a heck of a lot we can do about that. But we get audited, and they look at all of our subscribers, and they'll say, "Did you check to see if this person is a professional?" And so we have to submit all the documentation. I mean, it's a pain. It started about 3 years ago, I think. We had to go through our entire subscriber base, and we had to let everybody know. You had to fill, even though at the beginning, usually you only had to fill out the exchange agreement, just accepting the terms of the exchanges. But now, so that was the reason. Man, oh man, guys, this edit is on fire here. Now, again, maybe coming into a resistance area. So, use the AI like a watch list. I mean, we got a couple of nice ones here, Fate and Edit. Use it like a watch list. Yeah, and the CXAI, I mean, after come on, WW, beat down that Benzinga, or well, not Benzinga, but whoever Benzinga was quoting. I agree with William. I'll go along with Goldman for a while over some random article from Benzinga. This is not to slam Benzinga. It's just they picked up that article. Let's see who this guy is again. Gary Black, managing partner of the Future Fund. I think I know this name. The Future Fund Active ETF. Let's see how his fund is done. FFND. Well, Mr. Gary Black doesn't trade very much. 370 shares today. So I'm not sure what to make of this. Is this guy known? For some reason I know that. Do I know the name as Gary Black? All right, guys. Well, listen, I've taken some of the WW off. That 742 popped above it. No, but it came back down towards it again. I mean, it got up to 750, and as it started to move back down, it decided, excuse me, to take some off right around the 742 mark. Okay. And it seems to be, it's just a bit of a challenge to get through it in a big way so far. Yeah, this is somebody from our YouTube room. So, Chady, thank you very much for that. I will. I just don't know if he's able to create a custom formula. And does it work in the pre-market? Yeah, that low P, or does it have to open at that price? Or does it have to be during market open for those to work? Okay, so Bullish Bob, somebody shady in our YouTube room came up with maybe a way you can do it using a custom formula, and they're the data points. Okay, if you know how to create one, see what happens with that top list though first. Okay, Chris Rambo asked the question how to disable. So I guess what I did was when I shared this, there is the cash register sound. So right click to get rid of the sound. So right click on the window, go to properties and check actions and uncheck the play sound. Okay, uncheck the play sound and then say okay. And remember, when you exit trade ideas, you have to save your work. So even something like that, if you don't save it, you'll hear it again tomorrow. Okay, well, WW, let's see if it can really, really break out. I mean, I took some off at 742. The next high is 788. Yeah, I'm in the WW. That's the only one, only trade I've taken today. And it was from, no, I didn't get in at 708, but it's too early, 933. This, unfortunately, I should have reset the alert at 313. It popped up, came right back down. I didn't do it. GFAI. Let's take a look and see if it has stopped moving down. No, not yet. Yeah, I just don't know if he knows how to create a custom formula. Yeah, put min in the or put one in the min box and make the formula true. I have not I have not posted that in my. I might add it back to my scans that I'm sharing, but I can give it to you. Wow, got to tell you, this edit from the AI. Oh no, AMST just showed up in the 10-day daily breakout. Oh no, because I didn't get it. Let's see. 503. I'm looking left to see where the next highs are. 540 looks like the next high. Whew. So, Jamie, I can give you it, but it's going to have the price alert on it, okay? Look at AMST. Okay. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Uh, I'll disable the sound alert. Options plays. No, here's what I'll do. So I'll duplicate it, and then I will disable the sound alert. Okay, you can always add it on if you want. Okay, so this is it now without the sound alert. Save or share, save and share. Okay, and here you go. Anybody who wants this option play that I used to run all the time, here it is. And I may add it back into my homepage. Just one moment, please. Again, it's just another way to identify stocks that are, active using active options. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I used to use it all the time. That was my go-to scan. And as we get into earning season, this will probably be pretty active because that's of course when a stock, assuming it is optionable, that's when a stock usually is going to have its big day. Would it produce AEVA? Let's see. You're right. Low is 90. Yeah, that's why I told him though, you should put some kind of a minimum volume. Otherwise, you'll probably get inundated with alerts. Some kind of a minimum volume. And that's also what I told him. You're probably not going to get very many stocks that meet the criteria. But again, that's not necessarily the worst thing. Well, yeah, I mean, with the WW, there's still this struggle to really, really break out of that 742. I mean, it's tried a couple of times, so there's just a little struggle. And why? Because that's the next high looking left. All right, so the new star of the AI universe obviously is now CXAI. It is GFAI is sinking. AI is moving down, but CXAI is moving higher. So maybe that's the one that everybody will pile into. The next high looking left, 370, takes out 370. The next high is, wow, 551. And of course, it's a low float, 1.8 million in the float. I don't think there's any reason for it. Reason meaning, I don't think there's any earth shattering press release for it today, unless somebody can find something on it. So this IDAI has been kind of all over the place. And noticing it's on the momentum down, and now it's on the momentum up. Another one, AI on the in the name. And again, with this options play that I've posted in the room, if you don't want to see the ones going down, remember now, this is a multi-strategy window. That's why it has an M there, multi-strategy window. What that means is you can take as many alerts scans that you have created and put them into one window. Typically, the multi-strategy window is used if screen space is an issue for you. So instead of having like all sorts of alert windows, you can put them all into one. Screen space is not an issue for me, but sometimes what I like to do is group, similar strategies into the window. Obviously, they're all to do with option plays. So if I right click on this multi-strategy window, then hover over strategies, I should check this box too. These are them, okay? So moving higher with unusually strong options, volume 300%, 200%, 150, and lower. So for instance, if you didn't care about shorting, or maybe even if you have this one, maybe you're looking for bounces. Something is moving down. Maybe, you can also maybe use this to try to find something that might bounce. So why do I have the 300, 200, 150? Now, what does it mean? So 150% means that It is trading at least 1.5 times, 150%, 1.5 times as a ratio, more than it has traded. The number of contracts is at least 1.5 times what has been the average over the last 10 days. And then this is 2 times and 3 times. So why did I do it this way? I used to start off with the 3 times, and what was happening, I was finding that, man, if I can get a slightly earlier alert on it at 150, because some of these ones are like 150 and then they're moving to 2 and 300 really quickly. So I thought, okay, I'll put one in here at 150 and see if it's, really accelerating. Now, you don't have to do that, and always uncheck any one of these. If you just want the ones that are really strong, you can just check the 300. And it's color coded. You can see how I've color coded all these. So you hover over the strategy, and this box will pop. It should pop up. There we go. Click on it, and you see that. So a dark green for this one, dark blue for that one, lighter blue for that one, and then on the downside, or yellow, orange, sort of burnt. Okay. So that's why I used to use this all the time, so I know exactly what this means in terms of the color. Oh man, look at that CXI, guys. That is the one today. So the AMST was nice, briefly. 503 on the alert, popped up to 540. Again, I'm going to nag. I'm going to say this every single day. If you take one of these trades, you cannot wander away from your computer. 1.74 million shares in the float is very, very low. So yes, wonderful as they're going up, not so nice as they're going down. So you have to be sitting down if you took that one. And the minute it would start to drop, I would be taking some profit. Okay, guys, so things have settled down just a little bit. I'm just, the WW, it's hanging tough at that 742. I've taken some off, but I'm holding out to see if it really pops over that 750 and tries to get at least close to that 780 mark. KRBP, just for fun, I'll see if I have KRBP shorts. The answer is no. Yeah, look at that float. Yeah, usually anything that is a low float, typically they're not, probably for most brokers. I'm not talking Centerpoint and Cobra and those. Typically, you're not going to find shorts available, and usually it's a good thing. Okay. How can I set color in the volume lines like you? You're talking about what are you talking about? Are you talking about here? This one that I showed you? This is a multi-strategy window. Oh, in the chart, okay? In the chart. Are you talking about down here where I've got blue up and yellow? Okay. Well, do you have, first of all, do you have the volume? It's just an add-on, okay? So if you write, do you have any volume lines at all? Because if you don't, I mean, it's just a matter of, going to your chart and indicators and then clicking on volume, okay? And now here's where you can start to do your up and your up and down colors. Okay, you can set the colors here. It's just a palette. So here's your up color and here's your down color. So I could set the color. Oops. So I pick whatever color I want for my up. Then I go down here. Oops. And I just set the color I want for my down. And don't forget, and remember, you have to save your work. And the thing to do is, if you're satisfied that that's what you want to see on every time frame, every chart, just save the chart as the default chart. Okay, so you right click and save as default. So every time you open a chart, you'll have your volume. Maybe you've got a moving average that you want to see on every single chart, or some other indicator that you want to see on every single chart. So you just save it as the default. Meanwhile, CXAI is leaving me in its dust. Well, take a look at AI, and it's challenging the VWAP right now, guys. AI is challenging the VWAP. 2239, 2237 is challenging the VWAP. Interesting. Nothing on my 10-day daily breakdown today. Nothing. And it's not because the market's up. You can get, because usually there's always some disaster out there, but it's not, nothing is triggering. All right, guys. Hmm. Okay, BTBT is on the move a little bit. Bitcoin play, BTBT on the move a little bit. Don't like it. Why? Well, look left. $2 could easily stall it. But I don't know that until I click on the alert. So that's why I have to click on the symbol to see what's happening. Okay, now I don't like this one. I mean, I think it's just such an erratic trader. But look at the BFRG trying to come. There's the VWAP 558. So I guess an argument to be made if it can pop through that VWAP. But be careful. Float. I saw this one early. IBRX. What was the first alert for it? Was it early? Where was that first alert? Yeah, I sort of looked at it and thought, well, two might easily stall it. Guys, I still have my eye on an INFI short, INFY short, INFY. It did show up on that option scanner. Now, this probably showed up earlier. Remember, I just created this one, and so there'll be no alerts before 10:13. But it probably showed up earlier. This is on the downside. That's how I've color coded it. So I know, this is that ACI. Let's take a look at ACI. What did it do? Again, it may have showed up earlier. And I know edit showed up a lot earlier. So this is, well, actually what I can do. So these are the alerts we've had from it. So there's the WW. Okay, there's the WW right up at 933. And of course, it came from my 10-day daily breakout, about the same price, 708, 709. And why is it showing up here? Well, look at the option volume, 47,000 contracts. And look at the option volume today percent, 7,700. So extraordinary option volume for WW today. Super extraordinary. Have I seen APLD? Well, I see it now. I don't know when the first alert was. What I might do, guys, I might tighten up these filters a little bit. Getting maybe too many alerts. These are all the. I mean, this is all the. These are all the alerts we've had in this particular scan. But let's take a look at APLD. The first alert was at 342. Yeah, I mean 342. I mean, it's a nice move. Might stall at around 37 ish. Okay, guys, what time is it now? Wow, 11:06. I haven't gone through, the most important thing of the day, my homepage. Let me get rid of this. Move off my screen. There's that XP, guys. That XP. Boy, this look at it now. I mean, this is now the next high looking left is 1406. I mean, it's got some room, 50 cents to that high. You can see if it can take that high out, maybe not today, but then you look left, 1630 for XP. It's had just a nice run. All right, let's go over some of the things and what I might get the gentleman who looks after my homepage is to add back the option play scan, especially if I'm going to start using it a little bit more now. Again, okay, so if you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. You can meet me. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Now I can give, if you want to take out a yearly subscription right now, I can give you a 25% off. Okay. But listen, if you're new, don't take out a yearly. You can start off with a monthly. You get 15% off the first month. And just to tell you how much it costs. So we have the four plans: annual, monthly, premium standard, annual premium 2000, annual standard, excuse me, 1000. Again, I can get you 25% off if you want to take out an annual right now. So if you're a monthly subscriber right now, you want to go to annual, I can get you a 25% off. But if you're new, do not do this, okay? Go monthly to start, 118, 228. You'll get the 15% off the first month only. And then if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. Okay. The big difference is the AI, and as I say, using it like a watch list. I mean, you had edit here, beautiful, beautiful. Fade, not bad. Uh, this is a short, and it's not bad here either. FDMT. Actually, the AI has given a few nice juicy trades. Just don't auto trade them. Okay. Now, if you take out a subscription, mandatory. You have to do the get started. This is a software program, bit of a learning curve, but this is 30 minutes. It'll take you to do these 10 videos, your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. Okay. and it, gives you an idea what alert windows are, top list windows, introduction to our charts, introduction to our scan. So please do this. Don't please do it. You must do it. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. Comes to you about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. And it is a gold play. And, luckily, this has been tugged along a little bit, NG, but as I said, I mean, it did have earnings a few days ago, and that's what knocked it down. So, I mean, for all the reasons it got knocked down, I mean, they're still there. But the trigger was what, 605, I think? So how you trade it is up to you. These are meant for longer term trades, but again, how you trade it is up to you. If I were in this one right now, I'd be very wary about that high right there, which is 662. But again, how you trade it is up to you. We have an education section right here. So we've got a great user guide. There is that getting started again. More detail about alert windows, top list windows, and about the stock racing. Okay. The other thing I would really concentrate on or take a look at are price alerts, how to set a price alert on a chart. Okay. If you're not doing that, I think you're not using Trade Ideas to its fullest. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock every day, Eastern time, of course. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. Sometimes he switches with Andy, but I'll confirm who it's going to be. Okay. Before I do take my break, put the YouTube link in our main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. And Steve, again, is the originator of the trades of the week. Not easy to come up with one stock, but he's had a couple of gold plays, I think, in the last little while. I think he had another ASO. Uh, I think that worked out pretty nicely. So, give him a little bit of a love when he comes into the room. It's not easy to come up with one stock as the trade of the week. And I always find it funny, when one doesn't work and not work. All that means is okay, it triggered, and then it got stopped out. Okay, in theory, not working. I mean, not in theory, it didn't work. But you have a stop, so you have a manageable loss. And that's what we hear from people. We never hear from people when they work. Okay. And my scans. So here are my scans. So again, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking just for my scans, you have to scroll down and click here. And here are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so these are the two races that I am sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. You see the halts resumes right over here. This is what I love, my 10-day daily breakdowns and up. And I think I will add my option scanner in here. I'm going to get the gentleman that looks after my homepage. I'll get him to maybe take one of these out, upside movers versus downside movers. I might leave it in, just add one more. So if you do take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage, and then use that code. And if you do save my homepage, then you have access to my scans anytime and the big education section. I've created this education section so you don't have to go to our homepage really and find out where anything is. I've tried to put what I think is probably the most often asked questions in here. We are going to prevent people from auto trade. I don't know when that's going to happen. We've been talking about it for a long time. The only thing you'll be able to auto trade is if you create your own strategy, and you want to auto trade your own strategy, fine. but we really feel that the AI is not to be auto traded. I mean, if auto trading were such a wonderful thing, why wouldn't I do it? Okay, seriously. There is no, in my opinion, there is no mad rush to get into a trade. Okay. If something is just ripping higher, it's going up a dollar and half a second, fine. But most of the time, you have time. You have time to take a look. You get an alert in the AI. You have time. This is not an AI alert, but you can check to see what's happening. Is it coming into resistance? The AI doesn't necessarily know that. Is the moving average, 200-day moving average on top, or is there coming into what might be a resistance area? So you always have that time, to size up. What's the market doing? And then you can make up your mind. I think people get way too hung up, and I'm not talking to you specifically, Steve. I'm just talking in general. Yeah, but Barry, we get the alert at 6:79, okay, for edit, and by the time I looked around and decided I wanted to take the trade, it was at 6:84. Okay, so what? These are not designed, for little scalp trades. Now, does the AI know it's going to do this? Of course not. But they're not designed, just to take, two pennies out of the trade. So, I would never ever get hung up on that. And sometimes too, you get the alert and the stock dips below the price, and so then you have an opportunity to maybe watch it around the entry price, put a price alert there, and see if it triggers later on. So, that's why I think auto trading is just not the way to go. Alex Z or Alex Z if you're Canadian or from the UK. Okay, well, cool. Yeah, waiting for funds to settle in Interactive Brokers. Okay. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:18. Oh, in about 45 minutes, a little less than 45. I'll be taking my break. All right, guys, Infi is getting me interested again. And come on, WW. It looks like this might be it, guys. Might be it, leaving it behind, that 742 behind. But again, if you're in the trade with me, remember the 782 is your next level to be aware of. Give it 782. 788. 788, okay? That is the next high on the weekly chart anyway, looking left. Now, guest just showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. Now, why wouldn't I take it? Well, I look left. First of all, I'm a bit of a whole number, I have a phobia. Okay, call it. I don't know what you want to call it, but I will not take this because it's too close to 20. And I just have this, phobia about stocks trying to break through whole numbers. And 20 would be, especially one. I mean, 17, 18, okay, they're whole numbers, but 20, a little more psychological perhaps. But also when I look left, I see 2026 and 2029 as potential stallings. Now, if somebody told me, don't worry, take the trade at 1990 and it's going to get up here, fine. But if it can break that 2026 and look left, 2166, that's over a dollar, about dollar 20 move from there. So, but that's why I won't take this right now. Plus, it's way too extended. So just because I get an alert, this is what I'm talking about. Just because OCEA just showed up here. Oh man. Okay, so if you're wondering why OCEA did not show up here, the more than likely, just give me one moment. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Where was I? So the OCEA, so if you're wondering, well, why didn't it show up here? Well, the reason being is that I'm looking at the relative volume. It's very possible that here the relative volume, well, it's hard for me to believe that wouldn't be, because my minimum is 8 in here. I see it's at 10 now. It's possible it wasn't at 8 at this point. I'd have to do a history and check because I think every other filter would have been met. 2 and 35, yes, yes. Volume 8, 500,000 shares, no problem. 40 cents from the open. So there was the open. Oh, I can tell you exactly why. Okay, that's the reason. I don't usually think of it, but it's a 10-day daily breakout. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it has to be above the high here, which was 718, 720. That's the reason. So we got the alert at 720, you see? So it was not a 10-day daily breakout until that point. Well, Jake, I hope you have a stop. If you've been in the room before, we always talk about having a stop. I don't know where you got in. But remember, every trade, the way I trade anyway, I always have a stop. So if it's not working, I know I have a price I'm getting out with a manageable loss. And I know the temptation right here is if it's going to come back. And it could. But remember, the float is so low, 7 million. I mean, this could just utterly collapse too. So Oh, 202. Okay. Wow, you got in yesterday then. I'm sorry, I've got the wrong chart. I'm sorry, I had the wrong chart up. You were talking about CXAI, sorry. Oh, wow, well, you got in yesterday then, or in the pre-market, I guess, at $2. Yeah, I had the wrong chart up though, Kishore. I thought for some reason I thought he was talking about OCEA, but no, there's really there's no reason to exit this yet. I mean, there was a bottoming tail there that might have flushed you out a little bit, but right now this is looking wonderful. And when you look left, it still has room. But 1 million in the float, 1.8 million in the float. I'd be, 553 is the next high. Is that right? 551 is the next high. Now, to me, it could struggle to get through 5. That's another, in my opinion, psychological number to get through. But who cares? Look at WW, guys. Getting closer and closer to that 788. I mean, this is boring compared to the AI plays, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Goldman comes through again. And here it is on my option scanner, my new favorite, old favorite resurrected. And I don't mind the sound on it. The reason why, because first of all, it's a cash register, and it's not like the machine gun or something that look at this go, guys. Um, but it nags me, So when I hear it, I know to keep looking at it, and it keeps nagging at me, and I don't mind that. It's not that an intrusive sound for me anyway. What is the chart? Are you talking about the options play? That's not a chart, it's a scan, but is that what you mean, Iris? This one here? I mean, this is a chart. This is a scan. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. This is my options play that I've directed. I used to use it all the time. I've used it for a couple of years, but I can't remember who asked me yesterday. Somebody asked me yesterday where it was. This was during the 12 to 1 hour. And so I gave it to the person and I started looking at it and I said, hey, I should keep an eye on it. So I'm going to start using it again. So if you want it, I can give it to you. Might be this one. Now, there is a sound alert on it, okay? There's a sound alert on it, and it's the cash register. If you don't like it, just right click, properties, uncheck, and go to actions and then uncheck, okay? If you don't want the sound. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get, again, my guy to add this to my homepage without the sound, of course. I'm just so slow. That was you yesterday, Jess. Yeah, thank you, because yeah, I haven't used it for years. What I'll do, let me see if I can do it now. So what are we talking about here? So properties, action. So I'm going to duplicate this. And then of course it's up to you. You don't want all the strategies. You can just uncheck some. Okay. You can just uncheck some. Remember, it's a multi-strategy window. So hover over strategies. There are the four, the six of them. They're all, obviously they're very similar on the upside and the downside. It's just the different percentages. If you don't want some of these, you can just uncheck. Okay. So let me make sure I've got them all checked. Make sure the sound is off. Okay, first of all, I want to duplicate it. And I'll get the gentleman to add that to my homepage. There's the edit. Look at the edit. I mean, this is, yeah, and this will get a lot more active also during earnings season. You may want to turn off a couple of the strategies. Like when I say that, maybe get rid of the 150 and the 200 and just focus on the 300%. Three times abnormal activity for option number of option contracts, because during earnings season, that's when this will get even more active. Oh, okay. Just got to make sure nothing's pinned. The properties, text headers. Okay, I can give this to him. Hey, I've asked him to add it, so he can't do it immediately, but he'll add it, so I won't have to send out the link. You can just go to my home page. Oh, it's got nothing to do with six-figure goal. This is all trade ideas. All these scans are trade ideas, nothing to do with Interactive Brokers. I use Interactive Brokers. That's my trading platform. But yeah, everything you see here is trade ideas. All the scans I create, share, etc. They're all trade ideas. Netflix, 15 points. NFLX, you're talking 15 on the way up. Okay, this is very confusing though. Like I told you this earlier. I want to see if there's a correction. So there's Wedbush, their buy rating. I don't know what a price target was, but Goldman definitely trying to throw cold water on this with a sell and a target of 230. And that's today. You know, when I read this first, I thought they made him. I didn't see the sell. I thought, oh, the target 230. They must have. It must have been a misprint. Must have been 330 or something. But then I see this sell at a target of 230. I mean, that's just. I don't know what to say because WFC Wells Fargo, they this morning has a target of 400. I mean, brokerages can. They don't all necessarily have to think the same way, but that's a dramatic difference. Yeah, you're in the Trade Ideas trading room, and I should always forget now, but yeah, welcome. Anybody who's brand new to the room today, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and approximately 3:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. I don't get live on the mic until 9, and yes, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. A lot of scans we have up here too. If I click on New and Doc Channel Bar. And these are all theme-based channels that we have. And I'm going to click on the show more to show you the momentum channel. These are all theme-based channels. This is the momentum channel. So this momentum right there is basically this one right here. Okay, basically this one. And every time a stock makes a new high, well, let me show you what it looks like. This is an example of an alert window called momentum, and look at the momentum on another AI play. So you right click, configure summary. This is telling you what it's looking for. So there are a lot of screeners out there. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. Okay. Stock is between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Volume is at least 100,000 shares. And this is the momentum. Volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes of 400%. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's the scanner. That's what we're really, really good at, the real-time scanning. A lot of filters a lot of screeners out there, but to have the real-time scanning, that is what Trade Ideas is really, really good at. And again, this particular scan is basically the one I'm sharing right up here called Momentum Up. Now, you want to build your own scan? Of course you can. But we have a lot of scans we've created. The idea then would be to, take a look at the different channels, and you might see something that, I wouldn't mind taking a look, maybe adding that to my layout. But if you want to build your own scans or modify this, I mean, this has what was the price range? 1 and 50. Maybe you wanted it, you like the idea of the scan, but maybe you want it between 10 and 100. Of course, you can make a change. But if you want to build your own scans from scratch, then instead of clicking on summary, you click on search. And here are all of the alerts, the real-time alerts that we've got. Do not get hung up right at the top here, new high and new low. Don't get hung up on how many we have, okay? And I'll explain why we have so many. And then when I scroll down here, these are the filters that we have. So we have a lot because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scan. So with thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles out there, we had to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Okay. You don't have to learn them all. So again, this is an example of a layout and the scans that are in here. The action is heating up. You might look at that and go, hey, that sounds like a good one. You can take a look at it, see what it's doing, what it's trying to find. So when you say, is it possible to tinker with our own code? In a very, very modest way, Alex, okay? So times 1140. So there is a way in which you can kind of take, as long as we have existing the data points, you can combine them. So for instance, let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay. So for instance, so we have something called the formula editor. This is an advanced topic. Most people don't do this at all, but if you don't mind taking a look at something like this, just give me a moment here. Oops, scroll down. Okay. So these are the data points that we have. Okay, and it's a matter of you can create a formula using these data points. So for instance, here's today's high, T underscore high. If you wanted to see, how far the price was from today's high, you could, create a little formula saying price minus or T underscore high minus price. And you could have a column and it would show you just things like that. Very, very, very rudimentary. Okay. Um, you can create data points around the SMA 200, 50, and 20. But for instance, if you said, if a person said, yeah, but I want it around the 10, we don't have the data point. So you can't manufacture it. So if the data point is not here, then you can't just, make it up. Okay. And again, this is an advanced topic, advanced, 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 but you can combine, if we have the data points, then you can combine them and put them into a formula. And it would look something like this. Um, these are things that I've created over the past a few years. I rarely use them. Okay. But so that this is, for instance, if I wanted to see for whatever reason, the SMA 1520 greater than the SMA 15200 and the SMA 1560 greater than the SMA 1520 200, I can create a formula that looks like this. Okay. Because we have these data points. But if I wanted, for whatever reason, the SMA 45, we don't have it. Okay. I have an error. I don't even. I think what I've done is I sort of messed around with that one because I don't price rise in 1 minute. Okay, this is a little formula, to calculate the price rise in 1 minute. This is one that I do use every now and then. The distance to the next high and low. Okay, this is a little formula that'll calculate the distance to the next high and low. What that means is, so if I click on an alert, as long as it's a new high for the day, and I wanted it to look left on the daily chart, and I said, okay, I want that next high on the daily chart to say be $2 away, I could use that formula. So that would mean, okay, I guess it's got some room to run in theory. But again, that is an advanced topic. I don't usually go over it because, I'd say that 1% of that of our customers actually do custom formulas. Oh, wow, Rudy, thank you. I think Rudy just updated my homepage, so let's take a look. There it is, guys. So there's the options place. Let's make sure it works. Please work. I didn't mess it up. Hey, there it is. Okay. And it's not pinned. No actions, not pinned. So there it is, guys. Okay. So if you go to my homepage and go to the scan section, the options play is now there. Okay, right down here. Whew, what a morning. Fast, fast morning. Okay, are there any questions that I have not answered? I'm just sort of scrolling through. I don't see any, but if I miss any, just repost. I'll be taking my break in about 14 minutes. Steve Gomez will be, well, actually, let me confirm that. And it is, yeah, he's just, yeah, Steve confirmed. So it will be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room in about 14 minutes or so while I take my break. And again, Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. And this week is NG, a little gold play, and it's working out okay. Trigger was 605, I think. So if you took that trade, got up to 652, that's a heck of a percentage move. Okay, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so Jethro, I always refer to, even if it's a like a huge topping tail or a wick, that's what I always look at that also, not just the body, the high of the body. Question was, when I'm talking about high or low of the day, do you mean the top of the highest, lowest wick or the close of the candle? No, I'm looking at the wicks too. And I understand. I mean, listen, there could be very few shares traded at that high, but I just find so many times it doesn't matter, where I look, if it's a top of the wick or the bottoming tail, that a stock will stop right there, almost to the penny for a while. Doesn't mean it's going to stop forever, but well, it's got nothing to do with the stop loss, Jethro. It's just I'm just trying to identify where the next high or the next low is. So so when I get into a trade, I'm always, it's always about the risk reward too. So I mean, if I get an alert and I look at the setup and I think, okay, that doesn't look too bad. Let's say for argument's sake, I look the stock's at $6, and I look underneath, and at 5.90, there seems to be pretty good support. So, that's where I'd put my stop, say 10 cents away. But before I take the trade, then I'm looking left to see, okay, where could it go before it hits that next high? So for instance, if the stock was at 6 and the next high was at 605, I wouldn't take the trade with a 10-cent stop. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 5 cents. But if my risk was 10 cents and I look left and the next high was say 640 from $6, well, I will take that trade then. So it's got really nothing to do with my stop loss, the highs and lows looking left. That makes sense? So here's a good example, look at relay right now. So if I thought, maybe I should take this relay, but where am I going to put my stop? Well, let's say I put my stop at the low of that 15-minute candle, the previous one. So right now, let's make the math simple. That's about 30 cents. Okay, 30 cents. That means that I have to be able to realistically make 60 cents on this trade before I'll take it. Realistically, meaning before I, encounter any, maybe a moving average or the VWAP or the next high looking left. So when I do that, is that possible? Well, 1785 plus 60 is 1845. When I look left, I see 1838 right there as the next high. So I wouldn't take that trade if that's where I'm going to put my stop, because it's not going to, I mean, when I get into the trade, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to get a risk reward of a 1 for 2. But I have to have a reasonable expectation that is what I could get. I mean, just because I look left and there's enough room doesn't mean it's going to get there. A lot of other reasons why a stock may stop going up, but I'm not going to enter a trade unless I have an expectation of at least a 1 for 2. Some of you out there might go a 1 for 3. Say, nope, I'm not going to take it unless it's at least a 1 for 3, and that's fine. There's no right or wrong. What would be wrong though is, in my opinion, risking 10 cents to make 5. Now, does that happen to me? I mean, you might see me get into a trade and I'm risking 10 cents and I only make a nickel. Well, that's because the trade just wasn't working out the way I wanted it to. So I get out, but it's not, but it's certainly not, that was not the expectation. That's why with the WW, I'm still in it, but wary of that 788. What did it, I mean, it got close, 776, but I'm wary now of that 788, which is that next high in the weekly chart looking left, I think. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah, 788. No, that was last August. Okay. Is that going to stall it? I don't know, but I'm certainly wary of it. I mean, the longer it takes to try to get through, will probably get me. I mean, I've already taken some out at 742. That was that next high that it had to get through, or the last high it had to get through. A lot of this trade, of course, though, is because of Goldman. Okay, I mean, let's not. I'm not in love with Weight Watchers or anything like that. It's not because I think it's a wonderful company. It's just Goldman has some clout, and when they put a $13 price target on it on this day 2 days ago, I said okay. people are going to usually pay a little bit of attention to that. Meanwhile, boy, another missed the boat on this one also. Moderating room is great, but I do miss things. 410, look at that alert at 410, got up to 484. And this one, unfortunately, that was already super extended, but it could come back. I mean, what I'm going to do is stick an alert. Yeah, I mean, too much resistance. Look at that daily chart. And again, I explain why this alert happened so late is because it didn't take out it didn't become a 10-day high until 720. I had all this to get through. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days, 8 days, and here 9 and 10. So remember, this is a 10-day daily breakout. So that's why this, appeared to be very late. If, all this had been underneath this current price, we would have seen this right here around 550. Because obviously it would have been a 10-day daily breakout. Oof. All right, guys. Time is it now? 11:57. So Steve is going to be in the room very soon. So what I'm going to do is just put my announcement in on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, and before I go though, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve if you want for that hour. And Steve is way more of a swing trader than I am. We all have different trading styles at Trade Ideas. Okay, and there is the YouTube link. Okay. Hey guys, I'll put myself on mute now in the main room. I'm just going to wait for Steve to show up. There he is.
Very
Steve.
quick.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on over there?
Well,
today?
Steve, I have told him to shower you with compliments about your NG trade of the week and several of the others.
Cool.
So, okay.
Well, there's lots to talk about for sure.
Oh,
There's the sector itself. There's the AVWAP scans. There's the setups. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about. So let me share my
yeah, I haven't
screen.
even been able to look. This has been such an active day for me. I know, you've seen me my posting my 10-day daily breakout and
Yeah.
the breakdowns. This has been just an amazing producer over the last little while. And so that's all I'm concentrating on right now. No races, no VWAPs. Well, I know where the VWAP is, but I'm not looking at any of the scans. So kind of waiting for Michael's intraday VWAP scan, which I think he said might be available next week.
Yeah. I haven't even had a chance. I've got your scan that you're referencing there, the 10-day breakout. I just don't have it up. I need to do that. I've got it in my
Oh,
system. I gotta save it. But Barry, I just can't trade as actively as you can. So
true,
it's
true, true,
hard.
true,
And I've
true.
certainly got my groove on going here with I'm as I say, I would be fired as a money manager with how disgustingly overweight I am in silver and gold right now. So it's working for me. I can't complain.
Oh, no kidding. And there's something I just don't trade. I mean, and when I looked at a couple were showing up on my scan, like Goldfields, GFI, and
Hmm.
AU, and I look at the daily chart and I just go, oh my goodness. I mean, it's just been every day
Look,
for 3 weeks or
look,
4 weeks. It's just, every
yeah,
day almost making a new high.
yeah. I'm
And,
showing them on my screen here. There's definitely a macro play that's finally kicked into gear. I mean, I was probably a year early on all this, but now, as I say, the chart is finally confirming the story that I've been kind of waiting for. And what's happening is people are bailing out of the dollar and piling into gold and silver across the
Mhm.
globe. And you look at this and you say, yeah, I don't want to chase this, but every single day
I
you're having
know.
to and I look at this 5-day moving average. I have never seen a price move that has not come back and touched its 5-day average here on the 15-minute chart in multiple days. So there is
Right.
so much strength going on in this sector right now, and the fact that it won't give anybody a pullback to get in is just another testament to it. But it'll have a point where there will be one day where it'll take a big breath. But for now,
Well,
I'm just
and
enjoying.
the way you phrase it, I mean, I say this in the room a lot. You look at this, you look at something that's moved 2 or 3 days, and you think to yourself, okay, that's it. And then another day, okay, that's got to be it. Oh, that's got to be it. And
Hmm.
day after day, well, that's got to be it. And then of course the problem is, okay, I'm going to take it, and then to be fatalistic, that's the day that it doesn't move up and it starts to have the big pullback.
Yeah,
And you just never know. But it is amazing, some of these things that you just look at and go, my goodness,
yeah,
no.
it just the momentum is just so incredible. But at some point, there will be a big breath, a big pullback. We'll see what happens, how it resets.
Mhm.
But all right, I'll let you go. You're over time. Go do your thing.
Yeah, well, my thing on Thursdays, believe it or not, is vacuuming the house. So
Cool.
it's nothing glamorous. Okay,
Vacuuming
so
is very zen. It's like a rug
it
zen
is.
garden. It is. I love it.
It is.
You get a lot of thinking done. Just kind of vacuuming and just letting your mind drift.
Well, and you've accomplished something. You can see the little dust,
Yes, the
disappearing
marks,
everywhere. So
and you have the little
it's
marks like a zen garden. Yeah.
exactly. Okay, Steve.
All right. I'll
Now
see you
you probably
later.
have to leave a little before 1, right? So I'll
Yeah,
try to
my
show up early.
Thursdays are always pretty stacked up. Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks.
no problem.
All right. I'll see you. All right. Hello, everybody. Looks like you do see my desktop. You do hear my voice. I still hear Barry clicking. All right. So first off, has anybody been sent in here for some help on support of the platform? Because that's really that's the whole idea, is to make ourselves available at least 1 hour a day here. So we focus on only the product questions, the scanning questions. And I always want to give you guys priority. If there's somebody in here, definitely speak up. You get priority. Otherwise, you're just going to listen to me rant. There's Patrick, usually buying dust before I even vacuum. Did you see? I mean, Patrick, have you ever seen something like that? I mean, it won't even touch the 5-day moving average in PSLV. The people want in so bad they can't even get a pullback. It'll happen at some point. Maybe today. Maybe this is the beginning. But uh, finally, finally, my story is getting confirmed on the chart here. And if we look conversely at the dollar, UUP ETF, we see the opposite. We see what's happening, and you reading the headlines. And in hindsight, look at that. The dollar bounced up and just got absolutely slammed here on the 200, just like it was support here and resistance there. So the 200-day moving average is definite pivot for the UUP. It was a horrible line. And then from there, it's just been a series of lower lows and lower highs, right? Boom, 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 boom. And now we are here down here, another gap down overnight. We've got headlines now that are starting to creep in where the US petrodollar is no longer really going to be the currency of choice, which is not good news for the US dollar. And as you can see, each night it just bleeds a little bit lower. We could have a corrective bounce at some point, but that's what's going on over there. A lot of countries, the BRICS, have been quietly transacting amongst themselves with asset-backed currency, meaning gold and silver. Now, a lot of people, they don't think we're going to go back to a standard where you could literally take a certificate and cash that in for gold, but a lot of people think we're going to be moving to some sort of a asset-backed global currency that is pegged, or at least has a foundation to gold or silver, or a little of both. Who knows? Well, Patrick, I've said before, these aren't trades; these are an end game position for me. So I was early, felt like kind of like Michael Burry for a while. Um, I was buying it back here and sat through all this, and then once that broke right there, let's just rehash what I've done here. So I said, okay, I sit here all the time and I talk about, guys, I know you love your stories and your story stocks, and I'm guilty too. Right there was the chart confirming my story. No. So I had to get out. All right. So I took a bit of a loss there. So, and then I watched and I watched and I watched. And then I got back in above here, started playing again. All right. Watched and watched. And then literally this right here, I gave up again. So I kind of got back some of the profits that I lost back here. This is the whole year we're looking at. And then I waited for this gap to be filled down here. Patrick, when we were talking about this move down here, I remember the days. And I watched and I watched and I waited. And I said, I will get interested again when this thing gets back above and holds above the 200. And so I'm back in. And not only am I in, PSLV, I'm in CDE, Silver Miner, since back there. I got into the crazy. This one is the big one. This one's speculative. This AMC, remember the AMC story? They decided to spin off a portion of their assets and they purchased a large contingency of a silver mine in Nevada. So this is the kind of thing where the Reddit crowd, if silver really starts to take off, this is not financial advice, by the way, but I am, like I said, disgustingly overweight in these things. And this one could be a bit of a lottery ticket. Assuming that the story continues with silver, and then the Reddit crowd and the meme stalkers start thinking about FOMO again, and maybe this is something that could get back to $1, pretty quickly. But I would love to see it at least get back up here to the 67 level. But just going off of what Patrick was saying, he's got a bit of FOMO. I don't like to jump in and jump out of these things. I like to take my positions, and so now it's working. We can talk about Nova Gold. I appreciate Barry giving some kudos on that. Let's look at the genesis of Nova Gold. So Nova Gold is not an IPO. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab the anchor off of the lows. And this is exactly what was automatically drawn for us in the AVWAP channel. I can open that up in a minute. We can take a look at some of those things. But the last two trade of the weeks, this one and I'll look at the other one, Akamai, we're purely using one sector strength. Okay, so I obviously my position on the sector and how I feel about that. I noticed Nova Gold came through and I clicked into the AVWAP pullback scan. So it's the AVWAP pullback. Basically, we draw the automatic low AVWAP line. And when I came in and looked at that chart, what I saw was that. And I said, oh, okay. Actually, it might have even been a day before. But as we could see in the past, the buyers had been respecting the anchored VWAP from that low. So this was a key anchored low here. So knowing that the price was already behaving, if you will, with buyers showing up at the anchored VWAP, we had earnings, which is good. Okay, and then the reaction to the earnings, and then 2 days of bounce and support at the anchored VWAP. So again, one strong sector. And as I mentioned earlier, these things were pulling away from the station. We had a lot of FOMO. And I said, eventually these things have to breathe. And so it took a nice breather. That was a pretty good corrective pullback. Remember, you want to be the person buying the pullbacks in these strong trends, not the person chasing, like Barry said before he left. The trading gods will punish you if you say, okay, I'm finally going to jump into this thing. And you jump in and the very next day you suffer the reversion to the mean. So that was really the genesis of Nova Gold. And then look, every night, just overnight strength in the metals. That was a no pain entry. And what's nice about these type of entries is if you are wrong, the minimal loss of, well, first your out is very clear, right? There's your out. And if you're buying down here on those levels, that's a very small loss compared to the reward, risk versus reward. And so that's why I like these pullback to the AVWAP trades. Let's look at the one before, Akamai. Akamai was a pinch play. We call this an AVWAP pinch. So I'm going to go ahead and draw it. But remember, this was drawn to me automatically on the new AVWAP, which is an add-on product. It's a $49 product. It's licensed from Brian. He's a friend of mine, and it's a real coup that we got him to license that scan and his setups from his book directly into our developer's hands. So I'm going to manually draw what was on the scan already. Okay, so there's a high. And I think the AVWAP pinch also was from, I might have done this wrong. No, I didn't do it wrong. I did it right. Because this is from 2 weeks ago, guys. All right. So 2 weeks ago, we're looking at, it was actually that candle. So here we have the pinch play as a chapter directed in Brian's book, where you've got the low and the high anchored VWAP corralling and creating a price channel. And when we have a couple of attempts and then we finally break above and close above, that is a victory. That is a breakout. And so that was called. 2 days of slop, pull back, typical action. You got to expect this pullback to kind of test that. And there was the test. So what was formerly resistance of the AVWAP pinch became support. And from there, boom. So far, so good. So 2 really good back-to-back trades of the week using the anchored VWAP. So I'll probably be going to that well again this weekend. All right, let's see. Let's back up a little bit here. Yeah, you know, somebody pointed out, let me see if I can find the image here. I'll get it to you. Hang on. No, it's not that one. Not that one. Well, I guess it's gone. I'll just mention to you. So, you know, I put a tweet out as well last night, and it's showing the price. Patrick talks about bullion, gold bug. Get that bullion. You know, there's bullion, which is basically just stamped silver to the weight, and then there are minted coins, Canadian, UK, and then the granddaddy of them all is the U.S. Liberty minted silver dollar. The crazy thing is if you go to the futures chart and look at silver, you know, spot right now is about $26. We're over $25 in silver on the futures. If you wanted to buy it on paper and take delivery at the end of the expirations. But when you go online, that coin, the U.S. minted coin, is almost double. I mean, it's like $48, $49. Why is there $24 of premium built into a physical coin? On the bullion side, the ones that I buy, the Buffalo rounds, those are about $7 to $8 premium. So you got to pay $32 for a 1 ounce coin when the futures spot price is showing 25, 26. Why is that? Something's not right there. You got to pay attention to that. And I think that's what the market is starting to come to realize. It's all about the physical. And then you take it a step further. That's why I've got physical, of course, but in my 401k and my other account, I've got PSLV. PSLV is the Sprott Physical Silver Fund. They're audited. They can guarantee they've got the silver and you can buy into it. Whereas SLV is shit. It's what the banks use to kind of keep the price down and keep the dollar. I typed in shit. How about that? Freudian slip. SLV is shit. It's just paper. All right. There's going to come a day. And this is the same kind of story if you want to buy into it on the GameStop and the AMC. You know, where are they pulling these short share counterparties from? Are they creating them out of thin air? Because when you look at the price of physical versus the price on paper, there's something going on there. And the more that premium starts to separate, the more people might start to figure out, maybe I don't really have exposure to SLV because there may be an event coming around the corner where GLD and SLV has to prove their worth of what they own, and that might be a problem. Whereas PSLV, Sprott Silver, and PHYS, Sprott Physical Gold, they would not have that problem under an audit. So that's your metals sermon today from me. Dun, 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 dun. Just going back over the questions here. Also, buffaloes are sold out. Yeah, see, I think that's the best value, Patrick, are the buffaloes. It's kind of a people trust them, and they're 99.99% pure. But you got to pay $8 over spot price. It's crazy. Good. I'm glad that worked for you. I'm glad that helped resonate, Alex. So yeah, a lot to talk about, really. What else am I in? So I'm in PSLV. I'm in CDE, Silver Miner. Again, not investment advice, but this is the one that I think could be kind of a lottery ticket, only because if the Reddit crowd gets a hold of it and starts pumping it, then we all know what can happen. Technically, this is today. It's holding, right? There's my 10 SMA. So yeah, it's a 50-cent stock, but it's still a silver miner, and if the story continues to shine, that one could be interesting. Now, I'm not saying buy this thing. This could easily, and it has been, as you see, it gets ahead of itself, then it falls back. If I was somebody who was interested in this, maybe you'll get another chance on a pullback. But if you buy here, you're risking a pullback. So I'm definitely not saying buy this. It's up to you, but this is one that I've been in, so I'm in the money, and I'm just thinking it could be something interesting. I'm in NG, eating the dog food that I preached on the trade of the week. Now, NG is giving up a little bit here, right? It's giving up that 10 SMA midday. So we might see a little bit of a pullback. Could see a pullback to that area there on the daily 10 SMA. Not worried, because I'm not trading. This is the kind of thing that will freak out a day trader. But I don't even want to call it position trading at this point. Like I said, this is almost end game trading or end game positioning for me at this point. Trading isn't even really a word that enters my mind at the moment. I've also got some rum I just think it's in a range. It's a prediction play. What else do I have? Oh, I bought some TGB this morning. This is copper. So again, back to the metals, right? Silver, gold, now copper. If the global demand seems to be maybe picking up for copper, well, the chart is kind of confirming that story today. We got good volume. We've got the 10 SMA holding down the fort, keeping the buyers strong at that level. Intraday, we've got good volume, a good test of the intraday support, and we're breaking out of that little flag there. So I bought some of that as well. So the swing trading gods are kind of smiling on me today. We'll see how long that lasts. Brian Shannon's telling me BFRG. So this is one that was on his BFRG. This was on his watch the other day. Really nice looking chart. Yeah. This was an IPO. Okay, so let's go ahead and draw this. Okay, I noticed this on the channel. And by the way, for those that aren't really familiar with what I keep referencing, okay, I'm going to go to a new docked channel bar. And this is a blank window. We can create workspace now, and there it is. This is the VWAP, Anchored VWAP licensed add-on product. You'll get a welcome screen. If you're not subscribed to it, you have to. But again, these are on there. Now, pull back to IPO. BFRG is not on there now because it's too far above it. But let's go back in time and see what exactly I saw on the pullback to the IPO AVWAP when I tweeted about BFRG, and Brian's, hassling me now because I'm not in it. So we'll go and we'll draw it manually here. And this is what the new product does automatically for you. It draws it, finds it, and shows you, hey, from day one, look at this BFRG. So from day one, this purple line, actually, let's use a cleaner chart. I can't stand all those lines. We'll go back and anchor from day one, IPO. Perfect. So bit of volatility right there, of course, but nonetheless, 4 or 5 days after it came in, and then I tweeted this right there. That's why Brian's hassling me about not being in it. And I never bought it, but I was using it as an example of how you can use the anchored VWAP to see strong. We had good volume that day, and it was breaking through. And so now it's basically, let's see, I think we need another day of data in there, don't we? No, I guess that's it. Okay, so it's been slowly confirming. Yesterday was the first confirmed close above. So anyway, enough of that. Get so many things, so many chat windows going. All right, what else? Let's see. Okay, so Michael, hello. I asked you before about the pinch plays, but what about AHT for a pinch play? First, let me see. Let's go to the pinch. Is it on here? Just by any chance, is AHT on here? I could sort by symbol. AHT is not on there. So let's go ahead and look at it. I'm going to close that. Let's look at it on my clean chart and see if we can determine AHT. How would we look at this? Okay, so new lines are drawn. That would definitely be the high. So if we go back to this high, that is a significant anchor point. And then we anchor the low. You're on the lower end of what I would call a pinch play here. So you've got a lot of overhead resistance. Everybody that bought up here is quickly underwater. And again, this line kind of just essentially gives you a collective sentiment indicator. It's the best sentiment indicator there is. Tells you who's underwater, how many, if it is the majority of holders underwater or above water from a significant event, IPO, year to date, gap from earnings, or wick highs and reversal lows. So technically it's in a pinch play here, but it's really on the low end of it, Michael Anthony. So what I would say is, now that we're back into it, we've got this low that we're calculating. Notice how it held here and here, but then it kind of gave way this day. All right, so today we're trying to recapture it. So for you, I would be really watching the low end of the anchored VWAP. So everybody who stepped in and took a chance with took the risk down here, they're feeling comfortable at the moment. So as long as you're above this bottom margin here on the pinch, people are feeling a bit comfortable, but it's just a matter of time before you're going to run into the upper end of this band. So, it depends on what your time frame is, what you're looking for. If you want to take profits, if it bounces up and there's profits that you do want to take, would be a good idea to take some there, because likely you're going to find some selling. It's very unusual to have a price just melt through like a hot knife through butter. It's going to find resistance, it's going to chop around, and then it's going to make its move. That's just kind of the way price action works. Okay. Making sure are the buffaloes really out? Let's take a look. I'm curious about that. So I use AppMex, and if you want to buy anywhere from 1 to 20, you got to pay almost $34 for a buffalo round, whereas spot silver price is around $26 right now, or maybe I don't even know what it is. I have to look. So huge premium, almost $8 premium. Let's see. Silver's trading at 20. We'll call it 26. $25.90. So 26, it's $8 premium to own the physical. Otherwise, you're trusting that you have exposure to silver and SLV, which is why I chose PSLV. It's a trusted fund. Let's do this here. Let's quickly go through some of these races and see if there was anything that was a nice setup today in terms of, when I day trade, I look for something that's strong in the morning, has pulled back, and then maybe an hour and a half after the open finds a good entry point on my 10 SMA here. So let's go through the races. Let's see if anything showed up interesting. Well, look at that. CXIA already had a good push. It's a little bit late in the day, but you can see that was really the move right there, that sideways move, and then that explosion out of it. One could buy here at the 419 level, but it's lunchtime East Coast, and I don't really trust much of these types of plays after lunch. A lot of times these pullbacks will just bleed back into the close as day traders take profits. OCAA, here's a great example, okay? Sideways action, but around a half an hour ago, it found support at the rising 10. That could have been an interesting entry point using the races. Really smooth chart here, 2 days in a row, push, and then a pullback, and it found the 10 SMA early today, tested it again. But you have to look left. You're running right smack into the 200-day. You would never, ever want to jump into and take a new position right here, even though it looks like the AI did. And it's a short position. How about that? Good for you, AI. Short IDAI. That's the way you do it. So the AI ran in here and said, boom, right at the 200-day, let's short that IDAI. Interesting. So many different channels you can play around with here on Trade Ideas. All right. But somebody was saying that they were out of bullion, so it didn't look like that was the case there, but some places might be. I still think it's early, but that's just me. All right, Patrick. Yeah, Michael, let's look at a chart. How does Dish look? For a rebound. Okay, so daily, obviously it's underneath all its moving averages. Dish Network, wow, it's an ugly chart, huh? Was up here around 46. Why are they getting killed? Is it YouTube TV? I would imagine smart TVs killing them. More than likely, I think probably only boomers have dishes and direct TV now. Just theorizing. So that's the story. Let's look at the chart. We're going to have to go back farther. We're going to have to go back weekly. We're going to have to go back monthly. Is there anything that can save this thing? It does not appear so. So is satellite TV a dying breed? Well, if you thought that over the last year, the chart confirms your story. I'd love to look left and say that there's a possibility for a bounce for you, but there isn't. So you take that off the table. So all you can really do, Michael, all you can really do is look at it down here and say, I'm willing to give it to 8. So you've got a 50-cent risk. That was a big move down. You're under all the moving averages. You're going to run into supply resistance right here again at the top of that red candle. So it becomes a situation where you think, well, maybe the rural people or whatnot, who knows? But if there's a story to be had, there's one more thing we can do. Let's look for some RSI divergence, and we do have that. So there we go. We've got something I can give you to get excited about, technically that is, and that is RSI divergence. So let's talk about that. So here's the daily. Let's give it a good markup. Okay. So using no moving averages, using no volume, using just relative strength index on the price action, obviously we're in the oversold conditions down here, very much so. But this is where it gets interesting. And when you're trying to find where a spot is on a downtrend that will give you the reversal you want, and we looked left, we couldn't find any price supports. We're in no man's land on here. Dish has never been this low. But lower low, lower low, lower low, okay? higher low, higher low, higher low on the RSI. So what does that mean? It means it's going lower, but it's doing it with less energy and less oomph. And so when we see these areas, this is the area of what we would call bullish divergence. Sure, Dish looks like crap on the daily, but what you've got is a 50-cent risk to maybe make $5 or $7 back up here around the $10 level. So if you took the trade here, this is how I would take it if I did, and I'm not going to, but if I was looking to, I would take the trade, and a new low is my out. And I'll just tell you, price action has a funny way of knowing that people are waiting for that. So you might see a double test sometimes of lows. You just have to be prepared for that. But you're giving yourself a 55-cent risk here for a nice look to the upside, maybe $11 there. I would say that would be a good upside target. We could draw that right there at the 50 markup. And it corresponds with this congestion. Excuse me. So you're risking 50 cents to make $5 or more, or less. I hope that helps. I think the one positive case for you there is the bullish divergence. That is a good thing. That's good. So when you've got nothing left to lean on, Michael, the undercurrent here is telling us that it's making new lows on less and less energy, and that can be the beginnings of a reversal. So, and then you think about a share size. Maybe you dip your foot in a third or a half, and then you wait for a bar reversal to take out that red candle and get above the first two moving averages. Then you can add your second half. Wait for confirmation first. Your system got hacked. Oh, they beat by $1. Okay. So we have a story, but we need the chart to confirm the story, Michael. And I would say, any close back above yesterday's high and back above these moving averages, any close back up here in this range is going to start to change the complexity of what this is doing down here. So it could be a bottom on it. Is it a generational bottom? I don't know, but it could be good. Minimal risk for better upside reward. It's possible. TGB is on highs. I like to see that. Oh, that's an old high. Let's see. Yeah, I've had satellite in the past. It's not desirable. And then cable just became a joke. And then smart TVs took off, and then the cable companies realized that they're basically just a commodity. So they've been inching up their prices every year, trying to get their money back. All right, open on questions. So let's go back to and play with the new toy. We use the whole channel, dock channel. View app. I already got it, but there's more information on there, obviously, if you want it. Okay, so the way the docked channel comes is 4 charts, 15, 30-minute, daily, and weekly. So it kind of depends on what scan you're clicking into as to what chart you want to look at. So if we scroll out here on EE, here's the VWAP pinch. And this is starting to develop on that, MRNA. And oh, this is interesting. This could be interesting. So let's I'm not going to expand that chart too much, but you can see down here at the bottom quadrant, we are at right now the upper band of this VWAP pinch on mRNA, Moderna. Are the sellers going to hold and throw it back down into the range? Look at the weekly as well. The weekly is also pinching, and it's right there. So this would be the kind of thing where I would say maybe I'll take a price alert, all right? And then you can see we've got price alert window in here as well. And I'm just going to go ahead and save that price alert. And if it comes back to where Myrna closes above and gets out and breaks out with a close above that pinch, above that range, That's the exact same setup we had in Akamai that worked for us. It's not going to draw it automatically because you have to click the actual symbol. So let's go back and see what's going on here and some more symbols. The pinch. And I was going to say, the tighter the range, okay, this is a very wide range. That doesn't tell us very much. We want tight ranges, really tight ranges where the price is just getting cornered and painted and squeezed. Let's switch over to the IPO. So now we're looking at the daily again, and every single calculation is from the IPO date. We'll zoom in a little bit. And again, these things change. They're only going to show up on this scan if they're close to the AVWAP. Once they depart and separate a certain percentage, they're programmed to drop off. So otherwise, we'd have thousands of names on here all the time. You know, everything's got a VWAP somewhere, but at what point does the scan call it out to you and show you that we're at an area of interest? Well, again, on the pinches, we want nice tight ranges. On the pullback to IPO, we want to see some sort of a confirmation. Well, this one, IPO quickly went below. So everybody that bought the IPO is underwater. Yesterday, we had one attempt to come out, and look at that. It got slammed. And that's why I say look at the closing candle, not the midday candle. So there's not much on that one. What about this one? This is kind of a weird one. And obviously, I would probably stay away from this. If, you know, it's just very low volume. The average volume is very low, but it's still being presented. BLCO. There, this is the one that was interesting. This is the one I tweeted about briefly yesterday. Okay. BLCO. Let's go back to, okay, this is actually, it's been a while. So this is opened up around 20 back in the summer of actually almost a year ago, honestly. And the IPO anchored from the first day of trading is still coming into play here. So yesterday, it pulled back and it found support and closed right at the IPO. So BLCO is a level of interest here. You know, this is a very strong support. It very well could hold this. Okay, WDS, excuse me, went below, came above, back below again, but now it's back above. So this one could be in play. Depository shares, yeah. You also want to look and see what sector they're in. XFIN, we saw that one earlier. Similar to the other one, Belenko, this one is pulling back and holding the bounce level. Look at all these attempts to break the anchored VWAP here, and it can't do it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. So the more attempts you see, the more strong that level likely can be considered, and you can lean on it and trust it. All right. I like looking at charts. Let's see. Yucha, can you check run? If it's ready to short, okay, I'm glad you told me you want to short it at the resistance. I like the way this sounds before I even pull up the chart. I like the way you're talking. So resistance. Let's look at a couple different time frames here. Right. So we're in a downtrend. Heating equipment, Sunrun. Is this solar? Okay, so it's solar. We'll consider it solar. So big picture, it's in a downtrend. Shorter time frame, it's trying. And what I mean by that is it's back above its 10. There's the 10. It reclaimed it. Last 2 days, 3 days, held the 10. The 20 is starting to curl. So we want to start to get these moving averages, these shorter time frames to curl. But this is your brick wall right here. You may have a date with this level very soon. And the reason I say it's a brick wall is because it's the 50-day moving average, and it pretty much acts like that in downtrends. Boom. Look at all of these failed attempts to retake the 50. So you have to expect at some point there's going to be a retest again, but that doesn't mean it's going to fail, but you just have to expect there's going to be supply there. So your question was about shorting. I like the fact that you could very well consider shorting up here. Let's look at this. You're in a downtrend, so you're going with the current. You're in the right current. You're not trying to buy a reversal. you're looking to time the jump rope and go short. And I like that. So what you could do is, here's what I would do. I would put a price alert right there at that high of yesterday, knowing that algorithms love to run up here and trip these levels to try and sucker people in long. It's a sympathy play off ENPH. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. But the idea being here, maybe you establish a little bit of a position here and you watch that resistance, but don't be surprised if it at least tries to tickle or touch that price level from yesterday. And that is where you could find a really good entry for a possible short. And I say that because if you're wrong, it shouldn't hurt too much. What hurts when you're shorting is when you short down here, when you chase the red candles down. They have a horrible way of bouncing you out, okay? So if you're going to be a short, you want to fade the green levels and have a level of interest that you're leaning on to short. And if you're wrong, well, that doesn't hurt too much. If you're right, you make a good trade. So that's how I would look at that one, especially since you said you wanted to short it. So sympathy of ENPH. Enphase, another solar stock. Okay, so that one is very strong. Not that the news matters, but okay, so they're getting some good comments from people. We still have a couple hours to go. So Enphase, as you said, it's in sympathy, but look at what Enphase is dealing with. As I said, that 50-day moving average is nasty for all stocks in a downtrend. So here we are, but we still have a couple hours to go. Is it going to look like this at the close, or is it going to put in a big old wick? That's what we need to see. So here's the beginnings of something right here. If I was looking to short, I'd probably nibble in right here, maybe 1/3. And then if we go back to your example, which was Sunrun, first break of the intraday, well, your moving average is way down here. You could watch Enphase for sympathy. You know, that might lead the way if it starts to roll over. But the way in which I would play this type of short is jump in, maybe take a half position, get it on the radar, and then, you know, maybe later in the day, once it breaks that intraday momentum, then I would add to it and plunge in full position, and then hope for a nice plunge that I could bid out of and cover out of. Point being, Yucha, you've got to be contrarian if you're going to survive this market. This is an algorithm casino designed to tickle your lizard brain and your emotions and get you to chase and have FOMO, just like I'm talking up here. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it tries to trigger that high to bring in new buyers, and that's when the sellers jump, when the new buyers are coming in to take their profits. And it's just rinse, repeat. It happens all the time, every day. But good question, good chart. It could go either way. You know, when I started talking about that run, remember, like I said, the daily, it's recapturing its 10 and 20 here. So it's kind of in no man's land. Depends on what your time frame is. If you're a day trader, it very well could, you know, give you something. But as a swing trader, maybe it's starting to try and build a base. I don't know. See what some of my holdings are doing. Really grinding along that momentum, but boy, silver can only run so many days in a row before it's going to take a breath, but I'm expecting it to take a breath. Yeah, it's holding up. HYMC looking pretty good. I'm liking the way that this penny stock, silver stock, is holding the intraday momentum. But I don't fully expect anything. I just have a price alert up there on that one. Let's look left here and see. I've got that price alert there at that pivot point. So I'll do that. I'll keep moving price alerts up to let me know that it has reached a level that I've looked left on. But for me, you know, at some point, I expect at least to test that, but I'm not giving advice. I'm just telling you what I am currently in. Thank you, Yucha. SunPower got an upgrade too. Yeah. Let's just go to the TAN ETF. That's going to give us a yeah. So solars are strong today. Look at that. They're actually the strongest on my board. So Yucha, you've got to also remember today, solars are the strongest sector out there. So you might be grinding against a little bit of momentum. TAN, the ETF, is hitting its 200-day. There's no reason to say that these things can't reverse right here, because this is what things like to do lately. To run up, make some noise, and then reverse. So back to my sermon, being contrarian. You've got to be contrarian in this market in your entries and your exits. All right. There's nothing worse than just standing up and cheering as something's ripping to new highs. You should be taking some off. You should be paying yourself, because it's just a matter of time before you get mad at yourself for not taking that off the table when you could have. Not all of it, but just satisfy the greed demons and the fear demons along the way. Yeah, Patrick, again, what I like about the HYMC is that it's on the radar of the Reddit kids. These kids are looking for round 2.0 of something, and all it might take is the silver story to unleash itself, right? As it is, dollar, silver, gold, fiat dying, and then these kids looking for $100 deals. And the only reason that this would be, interesting is because, AMC bought it. They all know who AMC is. And why did AMC buy a silver mine over a year ago? That was weird. Well, maybe it's going to start to pay off. I don't know. Oh yeah, they got a 180-day extension to get that stock back over $1. Correct. That's always something to be concerned of when you're in stocks under $1. So with the current environment of silver and gold, I think 180 days is very comfy for people to not worry about that now. What do I think, Lewis? What do I think about HRTX? It's had a nice bounce, therapeutic, so it's a pharma. Took out its 50-day moving average. It's been on a tear, taking out its moving averages, but it's eventually going to run right smack into the 200-day. Today, you've got normal volume. There's nothing really special about the volume, but it's having a nice momentum move, okay? If it wants to give its momentum up at some point today, it'll break that line. But again, on the daily chart, I don't know if you're in it. If you've been in it down here, you've got a good price under your belt. If it was me and I had a good price built into this, I'd start fading out of some of it as we got closer to $3 and that 200-day moving average. Yeah, I think I see what you're talking about. So that 3-month resistance is actually right there just above the 200-day. So I would give the 200-day priority on that more so than the actual price level of those highs. It's my contention that, the algorithms, they need inputs and outputs, and they will use moving averages as some of their inputs. Price achieved, moving average X, reverse, run, enter. Oh, natural gas. I tried. Andy and I tried. They don't call it the Widowmaker for nothing. I don't know what the deal is with this thing, but it's a possessed instrument, and I want nothing to do with it anymore. I tried back here. I was actually pretty excited back here. I thought I had something. Woke up this day and then gave it up down here and said, I don't want any part of this. These last few days have been just horrible for people. And by the way, I was using it and by way of Boyle, trying to get the leverage on UNG. Just a disgustingly broken ETF, if you ask me, whether it's UNG or Boyle. So I'm staying away from that. I tried it, but it didn't work. You do have a double bottom, and I bet you anything, if we go in here and we try and play the bullish divergence game, we'd probably see some, right? Yeah, we see a little bit. So again, when you're trying to pick bottoms, a double bottom is good, because that first bottom, a lot of times everybody sees it and it gets marked, and the algorithms and the traders know to roll back over and test the resolve of everybody that bought that first bottom. And if the second attempt spikes back up with a nice bottoming tail, well, that's kind of a nice little confirmation that maybe you did nail a bottom. But you also want to be, aware of, as I said, is there any divergence? Yeah, meaning UNG went to a new low down here, but it did it with much less energy. So yeah, there might be some divergence there, but I've thrown this thing out the window. They call it the Widowmaker for a reason. It's broken. I don't know what else to say. It's as broken as VIX is. Can't even use VIX anymore. Look at that. Yes, Barry. What's going on?
Steve.
What did I
Don't
say?
tell me you fell down that HYMC rabbit hole.
Sure did. Why wouldn't I?
Why did AMC buy them? You tell me.
Because
You know why
well, because
I know why.
I've been preaching the gold and silver story for over a year now. So I just think I might have been early and they might have been early. But I
Mhm.
like the fact that it's got that potential Reddit Wall Street bets potential behind it. I like that. And
Yeah,
I'm
I
going to stay
guess,
with it.
but it really hasn't. I guess on 1 week, I guess back here in March
March
of last year.
13th. Oh, last year. Okay.
Yeah, March of last year, it had a big pop, and
Well,
then
that was when they bought it. Yeah.
yeah, and then
So it's been
August
over
of
a year.
last or
Yeah.
March of last year. But yeah, okay. I mean, but I know why we're even talking about it. But anyway, I wish you well.
Thank you.
I wish you well.
Yeah.
And you're right. Yeah, they got the 180-day because yeah, they're trying desperately to get the price over $1, and maybe they're going to try to do it without a reverse split. But you know what? At 157 million in the float, they probably should do a reverse
You
split
probably
and
should.
just get that float down and pop it up, and then see if we get some excitement in it. But
Yeah, I'm just trying to ride some silver FOMO on that one. I will definitely take profits if that one starts to rip because I know it will probably be short lived if it does.
mhm.
It does. Real quickly, yeah, Doodle Dum, Nvidia short. You could make a case for that on the daily. It's starting to give up its 10 and 20 and kind of roll over. Might even have some, yeah, it's even got some bearish divergence. A little bit higher there and a little bit lower there. So it might be running out of steam in NVIDIA. But, you know, if it was me, I would wait for confirmation on a close below today's lows, probably. Then you've got a lot of space. Also looks good intraday there. It's under the 5-day moving average. You can see my 5-day was acting as support on the NVIDIA, and now it's starting to stay below. But that's your call. It's up to you, Doodle Dum. Did you get all your vacuuming done, Barry?
You know, I did. I got all the vacuuming done, and you're right, a little bit of therapeutic,
Yeah, solve
very
some of
therapeutic.
life's
Like to do it
problems.
on Thursday because I don't want to do anything on Friday.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
Friday.
my
It's the
Friday
best
market
way.
close, I just want to relax, and
Yep.
so I get it done on Thursday, and it's still okay. We have dark hardwood, and so you know, dust really
Oh
shows on the
yeah.
dark hardwood. But
And if you're
when
OCD,
it's
it
nice
drives
and
you
clean,
nuts.
it's beautiful.
Yep. Yep. Well done. All right.
Well done.
Thanks for the break.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yes.
no problem. You can take
I
off
better
now.
bail. Okay.
Okay,
See you later,
bye.
guys. Bye.
He was back on YouTube, back in all the rooms. Okay, and get rid of my announcement. So, guys, yeah, I'm starting to warm up again to my options scanner, my option play magic, as I used to call it. I noticed that TUP now, you know, TUP would have showed up earlier. Okay, remember, I created this one I think at night 10:13. TUP would have shown up earlier than this, probably down in this area here. But man, oh man, even from there, 157, and it gets up to 187. So this is just a classic, you know, bottom fishing play. But I am warming up. I'm warming up to my options plays again. Okay. I'm probably going to just, you know, if I had to just concentrate on two scans, it'd be these two, right? Well, this is two scans here. Nothing in the daily breakdown today. Only 10-day daily breakouts. And then this option play scanner. And why I have the momentum is a lot of times if I see in the option, I'll check to see if it's a momentum also. And that gives me a little more confidence perhaps to take a really hard look. So definitely warming up to it. And what I would do, you don't have to, but I would put the don't repeat on, okay? So that you can see the very first time it had the alert. And then you can kind of check back and say, okay, what did it do from there? And this one, of course, isn't this interesting? I mean, even this one is super interesting, guys. The SPWH, which was something I thought I was going to be shorting today. But look what happened at 676. Now, I remember there was a time where I used to think, okay, but if we're going to go long something, I want it to be above the high of the day, or I'm sorry, above the high of the day. I want it to be above the close of yesterday. But I sort of resisted, and so, for instance, look at the SPWH. Now, the first alert would have happened. See if I can find it. Well, certainly, since I created this one at 676 and at 1034. Let's see if it's even earlier than that. See, this is why I like having the don't repeat, so I don't have to cycle. I don't have to go back in time and take a look. And right now, you see, I can't go back any further than 1033 because I'm loaded. So that's why I like to have the don't repeat. I would recommend, put them side by side. You know, yeah, put them side by look at SPWH. I mean, that's just awesome from that whenever that first alert was. And I don't know if it was even before 1034. Oh, sorry. I think I made a mistake. I think I got rid of the wrong one. Let me see if I did. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. Remember, I duplicated this, and I think this is the duplicated one. So that's why it's starting at 1033 instead of earlier. Anyway, all you have to do is then, if you want this one, it's on my homepage now in the scan section called Options Plays, and just duplicate it. Right click and duplicate it. When you duplicate it, this is what you'll see. And then right click, go to Properties, and then go to the Don't Repeat on the Don't Repeat. And now, if you want, you can choose the time frame. I like to do it for the day. And again, that tells me the first time I had the alert. And then I can kind of go back and look at Infi. This is one I'm still interested in. Still interested in Infi. And look at Edit. Holy smokes. Look at, oops, wait a minute. That's wrong. Something else is firing here. V-Ray. And this is probably on the way down. Yeah, this was an earnings play on the way down. So yeah, I'm going to really start paying more attention to that now. I mean, it just goes to show, I mean, I probably used my options play for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years consecutively. And then about, I don't know, 2 years ago, I don't know why, but maybe I just didn't feel it was giving me the right alerts, or I just sort of got tired of it. But bring it back, and thank you for Chas yesterday, who said, I think you used to have an option play scanner. Can I have it? So I loaded it yesterday in the afternoon, and I started taking a look at it and thought, hey, not bad. That was a gap down overnight. Yeah, it was an earnings play. SPWR was an earnings play. I mean, my bias was to be shorting it. Yeah, my bias was to short it. I mean, we saw that in the pre-market. There was the gap down after hours yesterday. Okay, the gap down after hours on earnings. And then, I woke up this morning and saw this. So it's holding the gap down, and then it was starting to do this. And I was thinking, but, I did not want to take it in the first 15 minutes. And look what happened. I waited, and there's 9:30, and look what happened. I mean, it stopped moving down. So, and you can see, right? I mean, look at the option volume percent here. I mean, that's 47 times normal in terms of option. I mean, it doesn't trade a lot of options. It's only 867 total contracts, but that's 47 times normal. Meanwhile, the tricky one, GFAI is starting to come back. And it's just making, well, there's the high of the day, I guess. Is that the opening 15? Yeah, that's the opening 15. There's the high of the day. Just like yesterday, guys. Takes out that high of the day. It could continue to run. The only issue is it did make higher. It was higher in the pre-market. That's at $39. So, that that may stall it. And look at the BFRG. I mean, the very frustrating one for me anyway, BFRG. Look at this pull back all the way down to 5. You guys right back up to 7. I mean, these are huge percentage moves. Still in the WW, you can see the struggle it's having at that 788. I mean, it got a little bit above it, 796. Sorry, 796. So it got just a little bit above it. And why 788? Because that's the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it briefly got above it and then pulled back a little. Well, what's BITO doing? BITO, a little sell off here. 36 down to 1811. I don't know if there's any specific reason for it. Just out of curiosity, did anybody have any ADII shorts available? I know IB didn't. And maybe if you have Centerpoint, excuse me, William, ADAI. It was an AI alert to short, but I probably feel that not many have that available. How about E-Trade? Do you have E-Trade? Yeah, you're right. The GFAI is, boy, it's a tricky one. And it tore through the VWAP, 3296, tore through the VWAP. Okay, guys, I think I'm done. I'm done. Well, I don't think I'm done with the WW. I just think it's going to struggle to get through that 788 again. So I am all out of it. It got a little bit above it, moved back down, tried one more time right up here, failed in my opinion. So I'm out of the WW, but I will look at it again tomorrow if it takes out 827. In fact, I'll put an alert at 827. Why? Well, you look left and then the weekly chart, the high is 1024. So I will exit. I've exited this trade. Edit has been a real sweet one from our AI. I don't like calling it an AI really, but our watch list. What was that? Okay, PKST. This was it. Shoot, was the early? Was this the IPO that somebody mentioned? Let's see, what time is it? 10:15. I think there was another one, wasn't there? Wasn't there a one earlier than this one? Lost sight of this though. This is sort of up my alley. Interesting. PKSD is not loading. Oh, and I can't seem to load PKST into Brokerage Plus or into IB. You guys got the same issue with IB not being able to load PKST. I actually typed it in and it's not recognizing it. Something about the Islamic Republic of Pakistan coming up. So I'm not going to. So well, it's not tradable for me then if it won't load into Interactive Brokers. How about E-Trade, William? How about E-Trade for PKST or some other broker? Usually IB is pretty good about these new ones, but Islamic Republic of Pakistan government bonds product. Yeah. Well, that's kind of weird. So it loads on Fidelity and it does load in Thinkorswim. Okay. And Webull has it. Well, interesting. And we have it. I mean, we have it load. We can load the chart. But meanwhile, remember earlier on in the day, the market opened up and we have these bottoming tails look pretty bleak. But boy, we've had a great run now, a great run. Okay, guys, it's 1:11. I think I'll do my video. There is a marketing meeting, excuse me, a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, so I'll get my video done now. And with that out of the way, okay, so I'll just put the announcement in. Shouldn't take me long. How is it now? 111, 112, so say 122. Okay, so I'll mute myself in the rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, speaking of the ADAI, let's watch it around the VWAP. Okay, I mean there it is, 399. Getting, there's that purple line. That's approximately the VWAP. Let's watch it. See if it bounces off it. Try to get down a little earlier. So even though I mean the AI's got this as a short, but this could easily bounce off the VWAP and maybe run a bit. Meanwhile, well, I keep waiting to see if this. Maybe I'm wrong here on the INFI. Have to take a look. Where's there some support? Okay, we're sitting at 15, big gap down on earnings. Okay, so there's that. This is an India stock. Maybe that's the reason. I mean, maybe it's not trading over there anymore. I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why it's just sort of dried up. Let me take a look at a monthly chart. I want to just see where the next. So in that month, the low was 1517. So there is some room. That month was back in December of 2020. So over 2 years ago. Meanwhile, this relay, which I was saying why I wouldn't take the trade, it's not that high now. RLAY. Oh, I remember. I was using it as a demonstrating something. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I wouldn't have taken the trade, as if I had a 30-cent stop, so I needed 60 cents, and the next high was less than 60 cents away. So just demonstrating that. In retrospect, that wouldn't have been a bad trade, though. I wouldn't have had a 30-cent stop. So what you're seeing here, this is a couple of trades in the simulator. This is a short of GME that I've had for a maybe a couple of weeks now. This one, I was just demonstrating how to use. Oh, it got stopped out. Good, got stopped out. The YS had a stop at 143, and you can see it got stopped out. This is in the simulator. Took this trade, I think three or 4 days ago, even just to show you how you can practice trading. So let's do one. Let's take a trade and show you how you can use it. If there's anything with some room looking left, just for fun. Or this noodles has some room. I mean, they're little looking left. There's a little bit of things that has to get through, but if it can get through, this 520 mark, SPWR. Yeah, listening to Steve this morning, or when he was in YouTube, he said that the solars were doing well. Let's take a look at TAN as an example. Yeah, the solar is definitely doing well. Interesting level it is at right now, right at the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average, 77.38, 77.20. Hmm. I was thinking more SPWH. That's what I thought you meant. So just for fun, I'll take this one, okay? See if it has any sort of a run left in it. And we'll take 500 shares. Oops. We'll take 500 shares. Just want to show you the mechanics of doing it. 500 shares, 711, 712. So the bid ask, it's fine. So you click on the buy and then you send it. I don't like that, but they don't listen to me. So NSPWH at 713. And let's see what happens from here. If I want to get out of the trade, I just highlight and I flatten. So I could just highlight the trade and flatten it, or I could get it a half, or I could double my position. And as always, you'd have a stop. With this, I'm not going to go into money management in a huge way this morning, but I will put a stop in at 693, 20 cents away. You'll see a one minus 100 will show up on the chart approximately. Okay, so there you go. Remember, you get into a trade, always have a stop. Unfortunately, they're not all going to work. In fact, many may not work, but as long as you have a manageable loss, so you keep your losses to a minimum on your losers, and you let your winners run, which I know it's hard. It's hard to let your winners run. The especially if there's a little pullback and you get all. That's why I always typically, if I get into something and it has a nice pop almost immediately, I'll take some profit. Okay, I'll take some profit because then I don't agonize if it starts to move back down. Even if it comes back down to where I bought it, I can always get out there and I can say, okay, at least you got some profit out of it. Hackers claim fast access to Western Digital Systems, okay, WDS. It's not, what is Western Digital? What was that? WDC. All right, yeah, well, if this is just breaking now, that could be the reason for this little downturn. If that news is just breaking down now or breaking now. Breaking news. This is truly breaking news. Are you listening to that guy, Denver? If you know what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah, I just couldn't do it all day. But that is, yeah, that's a big candle right now, and lots of volume coming in. Biggest volume bar of the day. Guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, let's see. So let's see if some of these that were rocket ships early, like the ADAIs, this is what I would be doing. I saw a guess. Did it take out 20? It did not take out 20. That was my reasoning for not taking it. GES. I just thought 20 might stall it. That the pretty big psychological number to get through, 20. So it didn't keep moving. Let's see with the OCEA. Now it's had a big pullback. It's trying to hold the VWAP, but it's very choppy, extremely choppy. This is the one I'm probably more interested in is the ADAI. It'd be nice if it got even closer to the VWAP, which is around 4, and then just burst out of there. But you need volume. Look how the volume has dried up. Look at the big volume. Of course, the big volume bar right here at 11:30. That's the one that shot it up. But since then, look, if you can see my 15-minute chart, you can just see the volume has dried up. Until the volume comes back, there's nothing to do with it. Infy starting to move a little bit now. INFY a little bit. You know what was a miserable one was the Cyto. CYTO. Had this huge pop in the pre-market after it was actually starting to move down. Then had this huge pop. Had some news that I can't seem to find now. But then, started giving it up before the market even opened. And then look at this, it's gone negative. I mean, it's horrible. And this BTBT has been kind of sneaky. Bitcoin play. Even AI. Okay. Yeah, you're right. The high of the day is 2286 or so, right? 2287 is the high of the day. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just rearranging some scans on my other window or the other monitor. Yeah, that BFRG, you're right. It just passed the high of the day too. Maybe a guy just takes 100 shares or something and holds on for a year. Take it out when it hits 1,000. Kidding, kidding, kidding. Okay, another AI play, MRAI. It's starting to move. But I mean, to me, it looks like it's coming into some resistance around between there and about 130. SIFI, SIFY showing up in the momentum scanner, SIFY. Isn't this, yeah, this is out of India. Yeah, I remember this one, SIFI. I haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to see SIFI a lot. I think it did a reverse split. Maybe wrong, but I think it did. With that float, 28 million. Are they building themselves as some kind of an AI? If we create an AI channel, we're probably, we're going to get a lot of some of these stocks that just put AI in a press release. Meanwhile, AI itself, yeah, over 23 now. AI, the symbol, or the stock symbol AI, over 23 now. But look at this one, guys. AMPH. This is not an all-time high, but it's close. I think the all-time high is over here at 45, 44.53. This is close to an all-time high, AMPH. Yeah, I agree, Jethro. They got that ticker a while ago. Jethro in our YouTube room saying the person who got the AI ticker should be the employee of the year. No kidding. And now you can see all these other little companies attaching AI to their. I mean, a lot of these companies were already in existence to a certain extent, but having AI in their ticker symbol is pretty awesome right now. That's the only reason some of these things are moving. All right, guys. Well, a little demonstration of using. By the way, Brokerage Plus. This simulator is loaded from. You have to have our downloadable application. Okay, and click on New, and then Brokerage Plus, and then this window will pop up. Okay, you might have different columns that I do, but it's simple enough to use. Then you just click on Sim to get into the simulator, paper trading. So, what you would see first, it would say not connected. Then click on Sim. That'll change not connected to account. Click on account. and then simulated trading default. Now you are in the simulator and uses our real-time data. So if you want to practice trading like you should before you commit money to the market, like real money to the market, you can use our simulator. You don't need a broker even. If you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you're set to go. Uses our real-time data. And you can practice swing trading also. I mean, if I keep in this trade, if I don't exit a trade at the end of the day, then it becomes well, for as long as you want. Swing trade, 2-day trade, 3-day trade, a week, month, whatever you want. So you can practice swing trading also using the simulator. I actually like the sound on this one, this cash register, because it's gentle and it just keeps alerting me that, hey, something's happening. Now, I may get rid of one of these, because it sort of gets a little redundant. It's possible what I would get rid of maybe the 200%. Keep the 150 in to show me a stock that might be accelerating in the option volume, catching it early, and keep the 300%. I might get rid of the two. And how to do that? Just uncheck, check, and uncheck. But great alert. I mean, look at this. And again, it may have been alerted earlier. I don't know for sure, but 760, 676, 728 now. That is and more importantly, is look how it's traded. Not giant red candles, even giant green candles, whipping you in and out of the trade. It's been a very orderly progression upwards. It's almost like this was an overreaction or something to its earnings. I mean, it it has a shot to even go positive. Let's take a look at, well, listen, CXAI. So 514, 548. Well, again, as crazy as it sounds, I'm just going to stick an alert at the high of the day and see if it rips through it later on in the day. And now the only issue is it doesn't have a ton of room to go till it hits that next high, 550, but you never know. No, why didn't I take this for real? Look at this. Look at this move. I was just demonstrating how to take a symbol in the simulator, and this is that SPWH. PJ wanted me to take some other horrible stock. I'm glad I took this one. Meanwhile, I love it when stocks don't listen to me at all. MRAI, I thought maybe 125 might block it. So Jazz, I hope I'm not pronouncing, is it Jazz? Do you normally see a Z there, but Jazz? How's that? Jazz? Or is it Jazz? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Jazz, sort of the with the S sound. I'm talking about BB. Okay, Jazz. Okay, good. And there's a B. Whoops, not NNAI, but BBAI. Well, I mean, it's got AI in the name. I mean that it's got that going for it. So anything's possible. It's not the lowest of the floats of those. 23 million. Still low, but it's not the lowest like these other ones are like, 3 million and under. But it certainly caught the AI bandwagon, you know, is for a couple of weeks anyway. But it's actually still negative for the day, where the other ones are all positive for the day. So there is that too. Like, I mean, these are all the other ones are positive for the day. Hey guys, I'm pretty excited about seeing what happens tomorrow with this options play in conjunction with these two right here. Look at this though, no daily breakdowns at all today. And again, you might think, well, it's because the market's up. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, you may not get a ton of, you get one or two. Now, I'm trying to remember if I put a time delay on these. Oh, look at that. Yeah, I checked the wrong one. So get rid of the 200. So I'll have the 150 to catch them maybe when they're starting to move, and then the 300 when they're really moving. But I also want to just check. I can't remember if I put a time delay, like a 15-minute. And the answer is no. Okay, I thought maybe that's right. The number of alerts today is at least 30. Hmm. That's yeah, okay. So that means it's had to make 30 new lows before you also get to see it, or 30 new highs. Okay, so far it looks like a pretty good exit I did on the Weight Watchers, the WW. But I have an alert set for about a little over 8. If it happens tomorrow, I'll probably get right back in it. Now, edit, I mentioned edit before as a potential short, just because of what we see looking left. Yeah, that little high right there of 768, and it got up to 764. This has been an awesome one, this relay. RLAY from the option scanner. again, I know I'm repeating myself over and over again, but I mean, this probably was alerted earlier than 1137. But even at 1137, 1778, 1831 now. Yeah, I just don't think Edit has enough room, even if it takes out that little high. I may be, obviously completely wrong, but I think 8 could stall it. And, when you look at the news, I mean, okay, they strengthened their board of directors with this individual, unless this person is Emma Reeve. I mean, maybe she's got like a fantastic reputation in the industry. I don't know. Look at the market, guys. What a crazy day for the SPY again. Okay, because if you remember, this was a little gap up. Okay, a little bit of a gap up here. This is that tan area is the pre-market. A little bit of a gap up, look pretty good. Starting to drop down a little bit. Little pop up, starting to drop down. This is the 8 o'clock candle. Big green candle up, then back down. Couple of green candles. This is 8:30. This is 8:45. 9 o'clock. We started like an hour straight down, and these were red bars all the way down, and even this bar was red. And then all of a sudden at 10 o'clock, boom. Other than that little jog down there, one little red bar here, it's been straight up. Okay, Ruby Storm, don't know what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking about. This is somebody in our YouTube room. Still don't know what you're talking about. I mean, our charts are being developed. The HTML charts are still being developed, but other than that, I don't really know what you're talking about. Well, CRISPR had some news. Okay, CRISPR did have some news on its own, and that's why I saw Edit. I mean, I saw Edit. I was looking at Edit before it actually showed up in the AI. CRISPR did have some news. Okay, 86% on upbeat diabetes study data. Okay, so it had some news, and when I saw this, I went to look for Edit and NTLA because they used to trade in tandem, or I guess tandem is only two, so in triples. No, I know he's such a troll, just a troll. Look at this market. So anyway, that is the reason. And then if you look at the NTLA, I even think NTLA put out a little bit of news too. It wasn't, yeah, it wasn't news so much as Canaccord putting a price target on them, a $66 price target. Canaccord. Well, I don't know what your point is, Ruby. Okay, guys. Wow, there it is. I don't know what your point is really. Yeah, I mean, if you're commenting about the look of our, I don't know, the charts and see, nothing, this sort of stuff doesn't bother me at all. I'm way more function over form. Could this be improved on this little window? Maybe, but I don't care. I mean, it gives me what I'm looking for. It's like IB, Interactive Brokers, terrible looking thing. Looks like it's, DOS from 1980s. I don't care. It's it's very reliable. It does what I want it to do. So I don't care the fact that it doesn't look pretty, as an example. Okay, guys. So here's another one that's just showing up in the option scanner. I don't know if it's for the first time. Maybe HTGC. Maybe. Well, what do you want me to do, Ruby? You want me to flip a switch and change change the look for you? You've made your comment. If you want, you can always go to support at Trade-Ideas and you know tell the developers how antiquated it looks. That's fine. What do you want me to do? Okay. Yeah, the CXAI guys, it's getting frisky. Look what it did. It almost took out the high of the day and it came right back down. Gonna reset that alert. Shoot, I've got to go into, I have to go into this marketing meeting. Okay, guys, so I'm gonna have to put myself on mute, but I'll be watching this. I'll be watching this CXAI in case it takes out that high again and starts to have a little bit of a run. But again, if you're going to take this trade, remember 1.87 million in the float. So do not wander away from your computer if you do decide. And if you're new to trading, I'd probably shy away, but it's a very, very low float. Okay. In a meeting. Now, before I go, here's a word about this. You would never, hopefully this makes sense. You would never, ever let this happen. Okay. So remember, we took this as a demonstration, the SPWH. And so you get in at 705. At one point, you were up $142. You would never want to let this turn into a loss. Okay. So, the minute you start seeing this little, especially the fact that it had earnings and, it's still negative, you should have been taking some profit, and then at the very least, get out where you bought it. Okay. You would never want, again, I'll let $142 turn into a $50 loss. Okay, guys, I got to get out of here. So I'll put myself on mute. Whew, all right, guys, I'm back, and it is amazing how this can work so well sometimes. Not every time, but so well sometimes when you get these really crazy low float stocks. Of course, with AI in the name right now. But remember, all I said was if it takes out the high, this could have a run. Now it's actually a little bit earlier than I thought. I thought maybe it would run after 3 o'clock, but and look what it did. I mean, it took out that high right there. And I mean, it tacked on a dollar, what, 30 or so in such a short period of time. And you got to manage the trade. When I say manage it, you've got to, well, you got to manage the trade. You can't just walk away, as I keep saying, with that float. But oh man, did that ever turn out well? That was exciting. I was in the marketing meeting and we were talking about how we're going to start an AI, like an open AI channel, add a channel. And they were saying, well, what symbols, So I go, well, some of the crazy ones is the GFAI. And then I said, and the CXAI that I'm getting into right now. It was so, it was so, appropriate. There's my friend Cozy Manuki. Well, okay. Here's the deal. I do take a break between 12 and 1. So it's not like and that's not 10:30. I'm on the mic from 9 to 12. Okay. This is Eastern time. I'm on the mic 9 to 12. I do take a break between 12 and 1, but one of the other traders takes over in that YouTube room that you're in. So there's no dead air time. And then, yes, Tuesdays and Thursdays, I sit in on a marketing meeting. Sometimes, today that went a little bit longer. Usually they're, 20, 25 minutes. So that's it. Yeah. Well, because I meant, again, I don't know if you're just trying to get under my skin. Again, this is a free room. You have to put up with some marketing. It's a free room. And yes, I'll spend maybe 10 or 15 minutes talking about my homepage, what people can see on my homepage, the scans. And if you don't like it, I don't know what to say. But I know you pop in every now and then, and make that comment. And it's not necessarily, yeah, sometimes I do it at 11 o'clock. I try to do it at 10:20, but sometimes it's so busy. This CLSK, wow, wow, what a move, what a move. Now this showed up on the option scanner all day long. Again, I don't know where the first time was. I'm sure it was before 10:53. So yeah, guys, I mean, as I said before, and you know what? You don't need me to tell you what to buy or sell all day long, Cozy Manuku. I mean, if you've got the program, I'm sharing my scans. I mean, you don't have to. I'm not telling you what to buy or sell anyway. Take a look at my scans if you like them. Figure out what makes sense to you to trade. And let's see what happened up here. STNE. Wow, what another. I mean, obviously on the day we're having, I mean, most things are doing something like this. So I have to sort of temper my enthusiasm about the option plays because I mean we're in a day that we have tremendous trend continuation. I mean, look at the SPY. So you're going to get a day in which you get a lot of stocks that are sort of mirroring the SPY. Well, I used to try to do it at 10:20 Kozumanuki, okay, every day, but sometimes, there's so much action happening that I've been delaying it. So not much I can do about that. He's talking about my spiel. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I appreciate that, Taurus. You and I, if you're doing it because of your sign, you and I are brothers. Well, that doesn't make any sense, Cozy Manuku. Tune in to 10:30 and then back around 2:30. I mean, that's a 4 hour gap or a 3 hour gap, 4 hour gap. Why would I say that? I mean, again, my spiel might be about, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes max. And then I'm back. And then somebody else is in the room between 12 and 1. You can listen to him. It's not me, but it's another trader. So there's no dead air time. And then I'm back at 1. And yeah, do I take maybe 2 minutes to do my video? So I don't know. I guess you just can't please everybody all the time. I'm not off. Cozy Manuki, I am not off between 10:30 and 2:30. I don't know. I Again, I hate to use the word troll, but I don't know if you're trolling me on that because I'm not off between 10:30 and 2:30. Just because I'm not talking at between 12 and 1, I'm not the be all and the end all. I mean, there are other traders at Trade Ideas. They have different views on the market, different trading styles. I think it's a good thing that somebody takes over, with a different style, perhaps. But you're entitled to your opinion. Well, I'm April, so I'm past the 21st. All right, guys, let's see. Wow, it's another new high, guys. I am not in it anymore. Okay, I did get out of it, but another new high now though for CXAI. What did the other one do? Did ADAI do anything? I mean, guys. Now here, look at the huge difference though between CXAI and IDAI. When you look at CXAI, what do you see? Nothing left, right? Nothing left. Now I know it's on an all-time high because it probably changed symbol names here, but that doesn't matter. I mean, that's what, a lot of people are looking at saying, oh, there's nothing to hold this up. And then you look at the IDAI and it has a different feel to it, when you look. Now, not that bad though, because I mean, if it can ever take out, maybe tomorrow. I mean, if these little AI, just because I have AI in the name, if they ever, keep this momentum. I mean, even this one, I mean, this had a high over here of 866. But you know what? Stick an alert at the high, 497, and see if it takes it out later. It may not matter. Like some of these little areas that I think might stall it may not matter at all. So actually, when you look in the weekly chart, 870. So if you just look at the weekly chart on this, 870. Don't look at these little areas here on the daily. Ooh, what a day, what a day. And again, helped immensely probably by the fact that the spy has done this all day. Ever since 10:45. So from 10:45 until 2:30, only one red candle on the 15. Mm. Now, at the risk of raising somebody's ire, yes, I will talk briefly about my homepage, okay? And the information you can find on it. And just to let you know that option scan has been part of my homepage now. So again, if you click on my homepage link, so there's the promo code you can use, Barry15, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you're currently a monthly subscriber, I can get you a 25% promo if you do want to take a year, okay? Obviously, do the get started. Do the get started. Mandatory. You do the get started. Talks about your first download and install, your login, etc. You're new to trading, a great little free course. It's actually pretty long and extensive. You know, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So I think it's a great primer for people just starting out trading. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, about an hour before. It's doing quite well this week. All the education is here. And here are my scans. And as I said, I just added this scan, the option play scan that I'm going to pay a lot more attention to now going forward. And of course, my 10-day daily breakout and down, all here. So here are the scans that I'm sharing, including this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. A couple of races that I'm sharing. And as always, if you do take out a subscription, I appreciate it if you use my homepage link. And then you can use my code. And if you save my homepage, then as always, you can look at my scans anytime you want and the education section. No, I'm talking about the Bruins, Denver. The Bruins. I figured you'd get that for sure. You know, you're obviously an Avalanche fan, so but it was lost, I guess. I assumed you would immediately know. You know, it's starting to move a little bit here, guys. I had this thumbnailed all day long. It may not be too dynamic, but you might want to watch this one tomorrow. Is CRUS again? This is all to do with something Apple laid on them. Something about changing their design or something on the new 15 without some kind of a button that I guess Crust had something to do with. So anyway, that's why I got hammered down yesterday. But if you know if this turns out to be something that is not as dramatic, well, put an alert at 91.73, which is the high of yesterday, and see if it takes it out and starts to fill this void in. You might want to watch that tomorrow. Well, that Weight Watcher sure had a pullback. It's a little more surprising. That's a bigger pullback than I thought would happen, but it was a nice trade. So now it's got to contend with again getting through that level that we that it got through this morning, the 740 something. All right, guys. Well, I guess the thing is, will this take out seven six S sorry CXAI? But I'm serious. Keep an eye on this IDAI, guys. I mean, I'm telling you, if it pops through five, there's going to be some profit taking by people in that CXAI. People have left GFAI. You can see right off the bat that, look at this. They've left this one now alone for a while anyway, piled into CXAI. And when they get tired of that one, they might pile into IDAI. So on the daily chart, the next high is 535. But if you look on the weekly chart, it gives you maybe a little more optimism that could go higher, which is 870. Again, I'm not saying it's getting to 870. And meanwhile, though, AI itself is just laboring. Terrible. Just a real choppy trader, in my opinion. Just really tough to trade intraday. They've got to shake that Carisdale thing. I mean, that is still just hanging over them. All right, guys. Well, getting close to winding this up. So, are there any questions? Jose Manuki, how about asking me a stock question? I don't think I've ever seen you post anything about stocks, just out of curiosity. All right, guys. Well, this V-Ray, this is one that I looked at in the pre-market. it's not an earnings play technically, but it may as well be. Released preliminary numbers as earnings on the 4th, and it's just, I mean, this could continue down tomorrow. It's almost a lifetime low. Just needs volume. ADAI just needs a volume. Let's take a look at the CXAI to see what the volume, what happened. I mean, look at the volume that came in. Okay, right here. Look at that volume, guys. I mean, comparison to the previous, I don't know, 3 hours or so. And all of a sudden you started getting a little bit of volume coming in, then boom, big volume. That's what the the IDAI needs also. And it could happen. It just needs some volume. Yeah, so I have a question in our YouTube room. What's your overall sentiment on the market? Is it a good time to start swing trading? I just want your take on it. Unfortunately, I am the absolute wrong person to ask because I'm not a swing trader at all, Kisan. Okay. I'm just not a swing trader at all. You know, the people who are more swing traders are in that room you're in, the YouTube room between 12 and 1, Mondays to Friday. Okay. I'm just not a swing trader. So, I mean, I don't, I will say this, I don't think we're in a bear market. I mean, everybody thinks we're still or talking about a bear market forever. As long as I see most of the major sectors, let's take a look at them right now. Oops. As long as we see most of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average, the big one still has to be financials, okay? XLF, and it's still, you can see there, that blue line there is the 200-day. I mean, if this starts getting close, oh, look at CXAI. Oh boy, I wish I still had a piece of that. So in terms of swing trading, I mean, if I wanted to swing trade, first of all, I'd probably be looking at a sector that's over the 200-day. The big ones right now are still semis, SMH. There's a 200-day. Communications, XLC. It's had a nice run once it broke through the 200-day. Technology, XLK. Nice run since it broke the 200-day. But I'm really not the person to talk about swing trading, unfortunately. I would not want to mislead you. I don't really care what the market does. As long as it gives us, because we have trade ideas, shameless plug. We're always looking for those alpha stocks, the ones that are trading kind of on their own, not caring too much about what the market's doing, not caring too much about what its sector is doing within reason. So those are the ones that I hunt every day. So it doesn't really matter to me what the market's doing. But I do understand people want to swing trade. I mean, if you were in the room between, I know you probably weren't, between 12 and 1 when Steve was there. I mean, he's been all over gold for quite a while. But I mean, is now the time to buy now that you're seeing gold, gold do this and other precious metals. Now, the other thing you might, why are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? And I'm talking to you, Kisan. Are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? All right, so you might want to start here. I mean, some of these might start. This is not my cup of tea is, but I mean, if you click on new, and then the dock channel bar, and then just take a look at the swing picks. Okay, Now, as the market keeps moving the way it is, I would think that these swing picks probably are going to, not look too bad. So the swing picks is part of the service. I again click on new and then swing picks, and these come out. If you check that channel, probably sometime Sunday night, you'll see what they are. Okay, and it's laid out. Michael lays these out. Oh, here's ALNY, level of interest 211.28, stop 188. You may look at that, go, I don't like that, it's too expensive, or no, right up my alley. Maybe it is. GFL, level of interest 34.72, stop 29.69. And you look at you, so you can look at these, and they may not all meet your trading plan, but some of them might. I don't know if were you aware that that existed? And okay, there's a new batch every week. Here's a cheaper one, CDMO. So, I mean, you could probably start there, and these are typically stocks that are, pretty strong in terms of. Let's take a look here. Just I want to click on one of them. Yeah, so we have something called the stock composite rating. I don't know if you're aware of it. Wow, leaving me behind. So the stock composite rating, if you're not aware of this, you might want to take a look at that filter. Wow, look at this. I'm telling you, if this ADAI breaks through five, could do it. So the stock composite rating, it's a filter. I right click, configure, search, do a search and type in, I guess, COMP. Okay, stock composite rating from 30 to 100. So anything over 80, you could consider a fairly strong stock. Okay. The stock composite rating, it's made up of both technicals and fundamentals. Okay. Technicals and fundamentals. So most of the things that you're going to see in those swing picks are probably going to be over 80, and 100 is the max. So you could literally, if you wanted to, create a top list of your own with stocks, maybe with, in fact, I can give it to you. I've done this in the past. Composite. Load. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. So I think what I've done here, configure, let me just do a quick check. Yeah, so stock composite rating of 90. So these are going to be pretty strong stocks. Okay, that might be something you want to look at. Strong stocks. Just a minute, okay? So I'll give this to you, okay? And you can play around with it. You might want to change the price range and all. I have to keep watching this ADAI guy. Sorry. Spread. Okay, guys, get that. Catch up, catch up. Trying to get the bid to catch up to the ask. Okay, I've traded some out already in case it doesn't want to keep going, but right now, and the spread got a little tense. I don't know if you took this one, ADAI, the spread got a little tense. Whoa, look at this, 37.44. Okay. 24.50. Here's what I'm talking about. Guys, the spread is, a little bit wonky right now. 28.39. Okay, Ken, I can help you there. Just give me a moment, okay, as I'm watching very closely what's happening with this ADAI. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? This blue screen you see here, this is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Oh, man, I'm not in this. Why? Look at the CXAI up to $9 before it pulled back. Okay, I'm totally out of the ADAI. What I'm going to do with it is if it breaks out that high again, I might dabble in it one more time. Didn't move quite as much as I wanted it to, but that's okay. Can't get them all. Exhilaration. Okay. How do you set up a default load of your customized docked window from the cloud to start when you first open Trade Ideas? Are you talking about my dock window or are you just talking in general? First of all, Ken, so can you hear me? Okay, well, there's a great example of why you cannot wander away. Look at the ADAI now. So, I mean, that was a wonderful little pop. And there it is, 3.7 million. Okay, in general. Okay. So, first of all, what I do and what I've done from day one, I don't really have a default scan. What I do is I create my scan and I give it a name. Okay. So, Ken, how many monitors do you have? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. How many monitors do you have that you're using? Because whether it's a docked window or a free floating window, it doesn't matter. I can show you how it'll open every time when you load trade ideas. Okay. If I just need, do you have how many monitors do you have? One, two, three, no, zero? No, of course not. But okay, two monitors. Perfect. Okay. So this is what you do. And it doesn't matter whether it's a docked window or free floating window. Okay. So take your toolbar. Okay. And I'm hopefully you're not using the web, you're using the downloadable application, right? So I'm going to assume you are. So take your toolbar, put it in the top left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Okay, whatever monitor you want to be your main monitor. Obviously, I designate this one as my main monitor. This is the one that I share with you guys. Now, put all your trade ideas windows exactly where scans, charts, docked or not docked, it doesn't matter. Okay, wherever you want them on your main monitor and wherever you want them on your second monitor. So for instance, here's a couple of scans I've got on my other monitor. Okay, and I put them exactly where I want them. Okay, now next thing, once you've done that, click on Tools, Options, Layouts. So Tools, Options, Layouts. And then you see where it says loading layouts, check open relative to main window, and then save it. Okay. Now your layout. Now, the other thing I always like to do when you exit trade ideas, if you file exit and it's going to ask you to want to load, you want to save your last layout, because what will happen is if you say yes, then when you load trade ideas tomorrow or later on today, if you exit, everything will be exactly where you want it to be. But I also think it's a good idea to, depending how many layouts you have, and you could save your layout like this, file, save or share to cloud, and then click on entire, give it a name, Ken's layout, save. So that layout will be there. You can also save to your local computer, file, save layout, okay, which is now saving it to your computer. The other one saves it to the cloud, and you can give it a name, okay? But just very easily, if you file exit, it's going to ask you, you want to save your layout, yes or no? You say yes, it's going to save your last layout. Then when you load trade ideas tomorrow, everything will be exactly where you want it to be. Okay, does that help? If if I went too fast, just let me know. I can always do it again. Did CXAI stay there in the same place all day? Ah, I have to treat all these questions as if they're real, serious. So what PJ is saying is every now and then I'll say, guys, I don't believe this stock will stay here all day long. At a certain level. I this doesn't. I'm using this one as an example, but I'll say that some fast-moving stock that all of a sudden starts to rest for a couple of hours, and I'll say something like, I don't think this is going to stay here all day long. Okay, guys, IDAI may be for round two, in store for round two. Now that's a pretty brutal bottoming tail. Okay, I mean that got up to 543 and right back down to 477. So that's a pretty brutal bottoming tail. But let's okay, Ken. So that should help. Yeah, and as I say, it doesn't matter whether they're docked, or I've got a combination of this is a docked. These are docked right here, but then this is free floating. Doesn't really matter. Well, I mean, if you want to look at a weekly chart, the next resistance is 870. I mean, next resistance. That's the next high looking left. Whether that's going to block it. Now, if you look at a daily chart, the next high on the daily chart is 580. I mean, that could, and then after that, 605. So, might run into some resistance around 580 or 605. What did it get to? You got up to 544. Yeah, 544. So it depends on your perspective. If you look at a weekly chart, it's a lot high. It's quite a bit higher. But if you look at a daily chart, you've got a couple of days where it could stall. Okay, guys, I think I'm done. If there's some questions, I will stick around, but otherwise, I think I'll just wrap this up. What another unbelievable day. Tomorrow's Friday. Yeah, I mean, they're just coming out of the woodwork, guys. Another AI, MRAI. You see the pattern? Didn't get it. I didn't get the ADAI where I wanted. Look, I mean, if it takes this out right here, I mean, it could 607. It could fly. Look at the volume. Remember, I was just saying you need the volume. Well, look at the volume that came in. Okay, guys, I got to shut this down so I can really concentrate. Okay, so thanks for all the help. Thanks for all the help today. I'll open the room tomorrow. Get on the mic at 9. Main room will be open at no later than 8. Okay, you guys can chat amongst yourselves. I get on the mic at 9. Have a great evening, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I'll say the same thing to you guys. Have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.